Okay, I would like to call the city council special meeting and work session of Tuesday, February 11th to order and ask for approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll start the meeting out tonight with public comment. And if you are here to comment on our public hearing, please wait and do that at that time. But any other subject, you're welcome to it. We're under 3 minutes. Bonus points if you can get it even shorter. And please remember to be kind and respectful. When you're called on, you come up to the podium, give your mailing address and your first and last name. And raise your hand if you'd like to do that. Way in the back. Now, Diana, I have to ask you, are you here for the hearing?
I am, and this pertains to why I believe the hearing cannot go forward.
Okay,
Thank you. Diana Turner, P.O. Box 211, Cannon Beach 97110. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Friends of the Dunes in regards to the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the conditional use permit CU 24-05. Though this appeal is on your agenda tonight, I'm speaking now because I believe it cannot be heard tonight because half the record has not been presented to you for your review. The meeting record available on the city's website consists of 3 PDFs, 280 pages, 602 pages, and 888 pages, respectively, and comprises only the appellant's and city staff's materials. In several instances, documents are simply duplicated in more than one of the PDFs. And this was true in your de novo packet as well. There was no opponent material. None of the materials submitted by opponent
We are consulting with. Oh, I didn't hear that. Too. We are consulting with our legal team, so we'll wait on that one. And but we'll go ahead and continue with public comment, except if you have anything about the public hearing. So remember the gas blowers or leaf blowers and fires and stuff are very much things we want to hear about in public comment. Okay, so come on up.
Claris Rove, PO Box 88, Cannon Beach, and I am here to talk about the leaf blowers. I work for a landscaping, gardening, yard maintenance company, and we do use gas blowers currently.
Can you give your mailing address?
Yeah, PO Box 88, Cannon Beach. I personally don't have a problem with switching to electric blowers. It's something we've discussed on and off for a while. But there are definitely some issues and questions that I think the city needs to think about thoroughly before they make any decisions on this. First one would be cost to small business owners. And replacing a gas blower with an electric one involves more than just buying a new blower itself. We would need several batteries for each blower, plus significant charging systems to operate efficiently at a commercial level. There needs to be some plan from the city to reimburse businesses that operate in town. And how would you guys go about handling that when there are several major companies that operate countywide? There's small ones that just operate in Cannon Beach. So you need to come up with a policy that cannot just be a blanket one. Second, what's the timeline? Currently, electric blowers on the market do not operate at the commercial level needed in winter here. Hopefully that will change soon, but it's not something that is currently available. When Portland implemented their gas blower ban, they kept that in mind and they put everything out 2 years with seasonal adjustments saying gas blowers are banned for these months for the next 2 years, but they're free to use in December and winter months when things are wet, with a plan to eventually fully ban them 4 years down the road. And will there be penalties and who will be responsible for them? Again, when Portland passed their ban on gas blowers, they recognize that many lawn care professionals run small businesses and come from diverse backgrounds, and they decided that the policy enforcement would be targeted at property owners and not landscape professionals. This is about mitigating financial burden, but also protecting marginalized communities. The City of Portland put it this way on their website. City of Portland recognizes that complaint systems for environmental violations can disproportionately impact members of historically marginalized communities. Communities with a history of positive government experiences may be more willing to report and may disproportionately report members of historically marginalized communities. With all the attacks and hateful rhetoric targeting at our Hispanic community members already, I think it is imperative that this council thinks about who could be most harmed by this decision and how others could use this decision to harm others intentionally. And so I just want you all to think about all the impacts of this. It's not just an environmental one, it's a business one, and it's about who we want to protect and how we want to do that. How we want to do it in a way that does not harm a business that really can just be 1 or 2 people that are just trying to get by here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Is this going to be about the hearing?
Maybe.
No, I will certainly less so than Miss Turner's comments.
Could we wait till we get some legal?
I would like to comment, and I will not say anything about the hearing specifically.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going to trust you.
Thank you, Mayor Knopf, and good to see you returning counselors and Counselor Ostrander. Nice to meet you tonight, Counselor Hammond. I'm Will Rasmussen. I'm a land use partner for Miller Nash. Had the pleasure of coming out for about 15 years for land use matters in Cannon Beach. Had the chance to do opposition, applicant, legislative, quasi judicial, and I've learned many things out here. In situations, generally speaking, when there are items that are not in the record at a council meeting or a planning commission meeting, but a bunch of people have showed up, easy fix is to take the oral testimony from the people that have showed up and not make a decision or, deliberate or make final action on a land use matter until you get all the materials in front of you that you want. From a land use record standpoint, everything that's placed before the council, before it makes its final decision, is part of the land use record. And I suspect when you get a chance to connect with council, you'll see there's a pretty commonsensical solution if you ever find yourself in that situation, to let people talk and make sure everything's in the record, because certainly everybody wants to make sure all the comments that have come in are in the record, and the council has all of the perspectives in tough decisions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'd like to know.
Excuse me. Come on up.
What fun everybody gets.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Brenda Holmes Stanchu. I live in Warrenton, 1158 Southwest Pine, but I've been a member of the Haystack Rock Awareness Program for 2 seasons. I wanted to thank the city of Cannon Beach for recognizing the incredible value of HRAP, to thank the Friends of Haystack Rock, and to thank those who launched this program into existence almost 40 years ago. As a Rocky Shore interpreter, I have the opportunity to talk to everyone. I interact with the incredibly diverse group of people of all ages, many languages, and as we say, all walks of life. Most visitors and locals are extremely grateful for our presence and our willingness to communicate the uniqueness of this ecosystem. Some do share memories of unhindered access to all that is the marine garden and even the top of Haystack. I share that we now we know more about our effect on these sensitive areas. There are necessary questions about the management of the program, as from the last council meeting. I wanted to comment on suggested cost savings mentioned at council meeting on the 4th. More volunteers, absolutely. But as an example, many volunteers cannot, will not, and should not be expected to complete a long summer shift. Hire more students and limit PERS employees and their hours. Yes, but students need mentors modeling necessary skills to de-escalate situations that we encounter daily, whether it be an individual's insistence to take home a live sea star, a family's determination to get into the cave, a non-English speaker pretending to be a mermaid on top of sea anemones, or surprise surges that threaten to drag out the visitor that has to get that picture. The volunteers and students often cannot legally handle certain situations. But aren't those hours just nickels and dimes in the running of this program comparatively? We need a different focus. As someone who worked as a lead naturalist in a large city government position for over 2 decades, I have questions. In this city government, are managers expected to respond promptly to phone calls and emails, have a pay grade that is clearly explained, stated in writing, and based on documented education and certifications? Listen and properly react to concerns about safety for fellow employees and the general public. React to those same concerns in a timely way. Share information about optional extra hours clearly and transparently. Offer yearly job performance reviews. Be on site, offering extensive hands-on training for new employees. Be consistently available in person or by phone for emergencies and sudden changes. Be available to handle situations that reach past our job description. Cannon Beach has done a fabulous job of promoting itself and now needs to educate those who are drawn to its treasures. One, making a mistake out of 100 people 50 years ago had little impact. Hundreds of people making mistakes daily have a crushing effect on this perfect ecosystem. Have you seen the photos from this past weekend? We are so determined to protect this ecosystem that we were prepared to volunteer our time on the beach. We were told to cancel. Can we take a moment to really ask when this program was managed incredibly well, what worked? What is not working now? I suggest an audit of the current system and a meeting with concerned employees. This model of interpretation is one that other cities and organizations often envy and seek to emulate. Let's live up to that expectation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead.
Brian Derby, 835 Avenue West, Seaside, Oregon. I run Sand Dollar Lawn Maintenance. So we have a lot of properties we maintain in the area. We run exclusively gas blowers at this time. So the problem I have is we are fairly large around this area. And we use our gas blowers so the guests or the homeowners and use them respectfully between like 8:15 and 4:30. We're not out there running them late in the evening and being against the noise ordinance. And also the cost for my company per blower right now, they're running like $2,300 per blower, and that's for one battery. Each battery runs $1,300 a piece. So I would need 3 batteries per truck to operate, because the battery only lasts 40 to 50 minutes. And then I need a time to charge that battery, which is an hour and 10 minutes to get it to fully charge. So I need that to overlap, so my guys can continue to work. So the problem would be is how do I charge them batteries? I'm not gonna go to your guys' door and plug in my charger because he would come and knock on my door. So I would be running gas powered generators in the back of my rigs to charge my said battery to run my battery powered blowers. So they would be running 8 hours a day versus me running a battery powered blower, or a gas blower for 20 minutes and gone. So that's kind of where we're at with it. And I run 3 trucks down here, so I'm looking at about $10,000 a truck. Because I run a 2-man crews on all my trucks. And each guy would need a blower. So I'm looking, the cost for a small business such as mine would be tremendous. But I just want to put that in your guys' mind going forward.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Mylisha Michaelis. My address is 90466 Lewis Road, Warrenton, Oregon, and I'm here to speak about Resolution 25-01 and the comments made by Kelly Ennis, the Program Director of the Haystack Rock Awareness Program at the previous City Council meeting. I dedicated 3 years of my life to the Haystack Rock Awareness Program. In 2022, I joined the team as a Rocky Shore interpreter and later served as Communications Coordinator and Interim Director of the program. As comms coordinator, I was authorized to work 19 hours per week. I did my best to fit within these constraints because I understood the importance of following a budget. If I went over, I made sure to check in with Kelly, who approved all overtime. I'm also familiar with the workload of this position. So imagine my surprise when I heard the new coordinator had worked a total of 96 hours in January. So could I have been going over 19 hours consistently without facing any repercussions? What work is he doing and what can he show for it? Where is the oversight from leadership? At minute 17 of the previous City Council meeting, Lisa Kerr stated that Tyler Simpson had worked a total of 138 hours in November, 99 in December, and 96 in the January of 2025. When asked to verify when he assumed this position, Kelly stated, and I quote, "Those earlier periods, there were seasonal beach staff." She then stated, "I am moving him from seasonal beach staff to communications coordinator for January," which means that in November and December, according to Kelly, he was a seasonal staff member. So how could, the last beach shift Tyler was scheduled to work for was November 6th, 2024. How could he have reached 138 hours in November? In December, HREP had a total of 15 beach shifts scheduled, which would equal out to around 51 hours on the beach. I was out on the beach tide pooling and not once did I see him. So how exactly did he manage to hit 99 hours in December as a beach interpreter when only around 51 hours of beach shifts were conducted? Something isn't adding up.
How much did we miss?
I don't think it's much.
Okay.
Yeah, it's still running.
At minute 27, Counselor Lisa Kerr asked the HRAP director how she came up with the pay rate and if all staff members received a pay raise at the same time. The director then responded by saying that the $24 an hour pay rate comes from the comparable seasonal fieldwork positions from local competitors. She also stated that everyone was paid $24 an hour at the same time, and that $24 an hour is a flat rate, except for students who are paid at a lower rate. These statements are inaccurate. In February 2024, I was hired as a Rocky Shore interpreter with a starting rate of $20 an hour. My letter of hire made it clear that I could not exceed 29 hours a week, which I dutifully respected. In early May, a lead interpreter shared his $20 an hour compensation in conversations with other staff. This was more than all of his coworkers in the same position, many of whom brought comparable or superior experience levels to the beach. In the interstaff salary discussions that followed the circulation of this information, unjustified $1 to $3 pay discrepancies began to add up. Frustrated by this lack of wage transparency, many of my coworkers and I asked for a raise. On May 7th, I requested a pay increase from $20 an hour to $23 an hour to better reflect my background and experience. The HRAP director offered $22.50 an hour, stating this was the highest she could pay a non-lead position. As an alternative, I was offered a lead interpreter position at $24 an hour. I declined the lead position and favored for the $2.50 raise. In regard to the communications coordinator position discussed at the last city council meeting, I would like to make the council aware of some inconsistencies in this position status. On May 17th, 2024, all staff received a seasonal update that included a job opportunity as a communications coordinator. The posting stated, quote, "Communications coordinator position will be posted this summer. It is a regular year-round, part-time, non-benefits position limited to 19 hours per week. The city manager has made the decision to not increase any regular staff positions while we are undergoing these construction projects, so unfortunately, this position will remain part-time." I am a proud supporter of this program. I love being on the beach and educating others about the incredible intertidal ecology that exists at Haystack Rock. I urge the council to look at the issues when concerning the budget and the future of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Astrid Collins. I live at 494 Woodland Avenue, Gearhart. And I have been involved as a volunteer and as a seasonal employee with the Haystack Rock Awareness Program since the 2017 season. I am here tonight to echo the words of my esteemed colleagues and to express concerns regarding the harmful and discriminatory practices displayed within the Haystack Rock Awareness Program. If you only take away one thing from what has been shared this evening, please let it be that this program is in serious jeopardy due to poor management and discriminatory acts. I want to take a moment to address concerns regarding the communications coordinator position and the statements made by the director in the previous council meeting. The information provided during that meeting was unclear, and when answering Councilmember Lisa Kerr's questions, there were discrepancies that require further scrutiny. As of January 26th, the communications coordinator position was still listed as open, yet a staff member was actively being paid for that role. Additionally, this position is meant to be capped at 19 hours per week. However, records indicate that this individual worked 99 hours in December and 96 hours in January, far exceeding that stated limit. At the last council meeting at minute 1842, the director stated that this staff member transitioned from the beach staff to the communications coordinator position in January. If that is the case, then their 99 hours worked in December should have been earned on the beach. However, this same staff member's last beach shift was Wednesday, November 6th, and following this date, they left the state for the remainder of the season. This raises serious questions. In addition, I want to voice my concern about a recent social media post that was made on February 3rd by this staff member utilizing the official Haystack Rock Awareness Facebook page to solicit housing for themselves. This is clearly an inappropriate use of city resources, and I'm concerned about the lack of oversight and the potential harm to HRAPs and the city's reputation. It is also important to note that the communications coordinator position remained listed as open on the City of Cannon Beach website, with candidates still actively interviewing as recently as February 3rd, 2025. All of this information that has surfaced since the last city council meeting indicates that a staff member remained on payroll when all seasonal staff were meant to be terminated. These inconsistencies point to misinformation and poor management of staff time and funds. If this continues, I'm deeply concerned that the program will suffer further. This program is incredibly special to me, and it would be devastating to see both the program and Haystack Rock compromised due to mismanagement. I urge the council to look into these issues to ensure transparency, accountability, and the continued success of this vital program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Name and address, is that what I do? Okay, my name is Jonathan Woodward. I'm representing Canyon Beach Conference Center, a mailbox, PO Box 908, Canyon Beach.
Who's he representing? Didn't hear him.
Cannon Beach Conference Center.
Yeah.
The Christian Conference Center?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I work in the grounds department at Canyon Beach Conference Center. I'm here to share testimony in opposition to the proposed change regarding gas powered leaf blowers. Canyon Beach Conference Center has about 9 acres of property on the north end of town. It takes a considerable amount of work to maintain the grounds in a beautiful condition that contributes to the appearance of the city of Cannon Beach. One of the larger tasks is to keep the grounds and parking lots free of leaves, sticks, and other yard debris. We have done some research on switching to electric powered leaf blowers for the conference center and find that it will create a hardship for our business. And here are 3 key reasons why we oppose the measure. Number 1 is battery powered tools are less powerful than gas powered equipment at this time. When comparing a top of the line electric model with our current gas model, which is definitely not new, the airspeed and volume are considerable less, which means it takes longer to do the job, especially during the wet, rainy fall. In addition, each battery only lasts about an hour, maybe 2 hours on a charge that takes 2 to 3 hours to recharge. The second reason is the expense of repurchasing a new equipment to replace our current gas powered blower creates a financial hardship. A new electric backpack blower would cost around $2,400 per unit, plus an additional $1,500 for a second battery, so we can keep working while the first battery is charging. There's another thing to consider. There's a weight difference between a gas powered blower and electric model. Our current gas blower weighs about 22 pounds, while the electric model with a battery weighs 38 pounds. The weight difference is considerable, especially when using the equipment for several hours of the day. I appreciate the concern by the community members about the noise generated by gas powered blowers. Electric blowers are quieter, but they are not noise free. I'm very concerned that the negative impact this change will have on our business is not worth a little less noise. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you. Next.
I'm not saying in the wrong thing this time, Barbara. I'm good.
Okay.
So Elena Jaguar, PO Box 474 Cannon Beach. Oh, please forgive me, but does our city not have more important things to do than decide if we should have an electric or a gas leaf blower? Just because Portland changes it doesn't mean we have to follow suit. We're Cannon Beach. We don't have to do everything Portland does. It's kind of kooky that there's so many people here because somebody said the leaf blower was noisy. I mean, they're just doing their job. You'll have generators running to charge electric ones, which don't do as good a job, which are harmful, These are our friends and neighbors who are taking care of our yards. And for the city to even consider, because 1 or 2 people said it was noisy, that we may have to ban something because they did it or they're doing it in Portland is, in my opinion, silly. We have lots of more important issues to deal with in this town than trying to harm our friends and neighbors who are just doing their job. A gas leaf blower is not a crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for your time. Steve Waite, P O Box 1051, Cannon Beach, Oregon. I'm here to talk about the proposed changes in code to fire burning, the open burning of household waste and yard debris, and the recreational fires at short-term rental units. So there are several things to consider. First and foremost, I think, is the safety of our city. As we know, there have been many fires up and down the coast in similarly situated cities that have caused great devastation and loss of life. We're not immune to something like that here in Cannon Beach. At one point, the Malibu fire was consuming over 100 acres per hour. So imagine if something like that came through Cannon Beach, had the right winds, it wouldn't take very long for this city to disappear, and rebuilding it into the shape that we love now would be a huge task. The health of the citizens should also be concerning. According to the CDC's website, there is no safe smoke exposure whatsoever. Secondhand smoke from recreational fires, household waste fires, and yard debris fires is sometimes more harmful than secondhand cigarette smoke. There's just no safe level, and it's been linked to different diseases, including asthma, dementia, and other lung diseases. Cannon Beach has small lots. Most of the lots are pretty small, which means that if you have a fire pit on the property, there's a huge chance that it's going to creep over into somebody else's yard. There's just no place on the property that can be built where smoke doesn't intrude into somebody else's home or living space or onto their property. Cannon Beach spends a lot of time and money and effort educating people on tsunamis, and for good reason. I think we should emphasize also the danger of wildfires to Cannon Beach. This is something that can be effective in protecting the town from the fire, unlike tsunami education. Of course, we need the tsunami education for gathering points and so forth. But if we educate more about fires, or at least the same efforts we put toward having recreational fires, then that goes a long way to protecting the city. It's ironic that many visitors come to Cannon Beach for clean air and cooler weather, and the first thing they want to do is light a fire and pollute the air. Other pertinent headlines of late are that the Arctic tundra is now emitting more carbon than it absorbs. So if you are concerned about climate change, that's another reason to keep the carbon contained in wood and not burn it and release it into the atmosphere. I looked at several different similarly situated cities, forested, for instance, North and South Lake Tahoe, Park City, Utah, Alta, Utah, Aspen, Colorado, Vail, Colorado, and a few others. I think that we should emulate Vail, Colorado to a certain extent, or at least look at that for some guidance. Vail, Colorado has, of course, no fireworks, no open burning, no recreational fires. Only portable outdoor fireplaces are allowed with spark arresters and not on short-term rental properties. And they do have some other charcoal restrictions. Some of the other restrictions that I've seen for the similarly situated cities are smoking can only be done inside of a building and inside of a vehicle where the cigarette or cigar is extinguished inside of the building or inside of the car. And these are all regardless of any other fire restrictions. So the red, green, yellow don't apply to these. These apply consistently. And I think we should be consistent in our message to visitors and residents about the fire code and not have it be determined by whether or not it's a yellow or a green or a red. It's very difficult to communicate those changes to a transient population of visitors and even to the community that resides here in Cannon Beach. And lastly, on the comprehensive plan, if you look at page 31 and 32, it talks about air quality and it talks about livability and quality of life. And it mentions fires and smoke and preserving nature. So I think that we should really consider strongly changing the fire codes to be a little bit more restrictive and protective of our beautiful city. Because it should be just as much fun to live in Cannon Beach as it is to visit. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Seven, seven, eight.
664. Andrew Tyler, PO Box 664. I'm a little perplexed, honestly. I'm perplexed why we're having, this is the third or fourth meeting we're going to talk about fires. I don't know why we didn't just table it when the fire chief himself came in here and said banning recreational fires would be, he did not advise it would make his job more difficult on the beach. Should have been the end of it. I'm perplexed that like Elena said, that, you know, one or two people can complain about something and it gets on to, you know, we're on meeting 3, meeting 4. And one person's complaint about leaf blowers has ended us all here, you know, with a lot of people that are really upset. And if we do it for fires, we're going to do the same thing. We have much more important priorities than these. And I urge you to take the fire chief's advice. So the only person's advice who should matter on this issue and respect what he suggested to you.
Thank you.
May I respond?
No.
For the record, there are 5 pages, 5 pages of
Okay, thank you.
petition.
Next. My class is getting a little unruly. Anybody else?
Here.
Okay.
Ashley Deborah, the doc by B2. And thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to comment on the gas powered leaf blowers, the ban. A couple years ago, I decided to make the switch to battery powered because my gas powered blower was in the shop for maintenance. So I thought, well, maybe it's a good time to switch over because I already had a battery powered hedge trimmer that I like and worked well. So I purchased this piece of equipment and I get to my job site, I've got 2 fully charged batteries, and within 10 minutes, the blower is dead. And so I think there's something wrong with this thing. So I go back to the shop where then they tell me they're not really made for commercial use. So it's more like these are great for homeowners who are going to use it for a few minutes, blow out their walkway and patio. They're not made for commercial use. They're just not there yet. So fast forward to now, 2 years later, and I've looked into it again, and they're still not there. If you Google, are battery powered blowers practical or made for commercial use? Even AI will tell you no. They aren't. They're not. They don't have the output. The batteries are not strong enough. So to ask small businesses to make this change and to take on that expense just doesn't make sense. Like for me to do that, like Brian mentioned, I'd have to purchase a generator that I'd run off a gas powered generator. I'd run off the back of my truck, keep the batteries charging just to get through a full day of work. And that just doesn't make sense to me. That's creating fumes and a lot of noise. And it's not something I would want to do, and I wouldn't want to take on. I wouldn't want to take on that expense. I wouldn't want my fellow landscapers to have to take on that expense. The other thing, like as far as like considering this for environmental concerns, that also just doesn't make sense to me. When why are we focusing on gas powered leaf blowers? What about our chainsaws, our hedge trimmers, nail guns, air compressor, all the things that make noise, but also create all the diesel trucks that drive through town every day. And I'm sure the one UPS truck that drives through this town every day puts off more fumes than all the gas powered blowers that a few, handful of landscapers run on any given day. So it just doesn't make sense to me. So it's almost to say that the environmental concern is laughable, because I can think of so many other things that should be of more concern as far as like an environmental concern. So that's what I think.
Thank you. Next.
Hello. My name is Adam Butler, post office box 15, Cannon Beach, Oregon. I work at Cannon Beach Conference Center, and I do landscaping at the Willow Creek Lodge. And I've done landscaping at Breakers Point, and a good day where there's a lot of leaves falling, like during September, October, it'll take a whole day just to do the conference center grounds. So I would spend about 7 hours just blowing. And I know one of the landscaping colleagues, he was saying how long it takes for the battery ones. 40 to 50 minutes, and then you'll have to change the batteries. But for the gas powered ones, 2 hours, and then I'll put gas in it. And I know those batteries are about 1,300. If you want to go with the commercial powered blower, which is, I'm looking at steel. I think they have probably the best lineup, and I'm for battery, but it's just not there yet, and it costs too much to operate a commercial powered battery backpack just to blow off the ground. It's going to be a ridiculous amount, especially for the conference center or for Breakers Point. I mean, I know those are pretty big properties, so I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you. Next. No one else in the audience? Okay, we'll move to Zoom. I see that there's some hands up. Just a reminder, name, address, keep it short and kind and respectful. So
Jenny.
Jenny Cummings. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm Jenny Cummins. I live in Seattle, Washington. And would it be possible for my husband, Richard Cummins, to go first?
Okay.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, Richard.
Am I now unmuted?
You are. I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm speaking I'm speaking in regards to the Marty Siegel and Mimi Siegel appeal about
Oh, okay, so you need to wait till we have that part of the agenda. Right now, we're just in general public comment.
okay, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. And I would assume your wife is on the same subject?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. We'll see you in an hour or so. Anybody else? With your hand up? Okay, anybody else in the audience? Okay, thank you all very much. You're all going to stay for the whole meeting, right? Okay, so thank you again for your comments. I know that it's not always easy to get up and speak, so we appreciate that. Okay, so next on our agenda, we have our action items. And the first one is our financial statement audits. They're going to be under 3 minutes too, I promise.
I don't know if I can make it. We'll give it a shot.
Knew all these people were here for the audit report.
Yeah, right.
Usually when I come up, they leave. Nobody wants to listen to the auditor. Usually the public vacates when I sit down, so.
Mayor Knopp and city councilors, this is Paul Nielsen. He is a partner with Eisler and Company. And he is here to go through the June 30th, 24 audit, and I will just turn it over to Paul.
All right. Bruce asked me, some of you have heard me present before.
No jokes tonight.
No jokes tonight. All right, Bruce, sorry, I gotta skip the joke. No time for one of my jokes. Okay. You want to just go to the first slide? You'll have to hit that a few times. Many of you have heard this talk before. I think that's the end of it. Auditor's responsibilities, even though we draft this financial statement for you. Technically, that is a non-audit function. And we have to make sure, and I'm convinced Tim does, in my industry, you have somebody who has what we call skills, knowledge, and experience to understand what these statements say. If you don't, I wouldn't be independent. And if I'm not independent, I can't be your auditor. So we put the statements together, but the only thing that really belongs to us is every place you see our letterhead. Everything else, management takes responsibility for. No significant findings during the audit, no difficulties during the audits. No significant uncorrected or corrected misstatements. We talked about a few minor things off and on, but there's nothing significant there. No disagreements I know with management. The management signs a representation letter saying they have, basically, I like to say, didn't keep two sets of books, hide one in the closet, give it to another, a record to us. That takes about 6 pages nowadays. As far as we know, management hasn't consulted with other auditors related to auditing issues, and there are no other findings or issues. Next up, Oregon minimum standards. In the state of Oregon, there's a law, and Oregon and New Jersey are the only 2 states that have this law, where you have to have a specific license to audit municipalities. And that law requires that if you have money in a bank account, if that's over $250,000, you can't put it in any bank you want to. There's a list that the state treasurer puts out, and that money has to be in that bank on that list. There's a debt limitation, which is based on a percentage of real market value of the taxable property in the city limits, and we test that. There's no problems there. We have to test your budget, make sure it adds correctly, make sure you published it properly. One of the other things we have to do is look at your insurance, basically make sure you have insurance as a city. We have to do some testing of programs funded from an outside source, and I'm pause this year briefly. You had a water loan, and because of that water loan, you're now subject to what we call the Single Audit Act. I won't go too far in depth with that, but that's a federal law that was passed clear back in 1984. As long as you spend more than $1 million out of that loan, you'll be having to follow the Single Audit Act. And we have stuff at the back of the report that talks some new reports you've never seen before related to the Single Audit Act. And it's not regular auditing, it's specific auditing. There's laws that Congress has passed. If you off by even $1, we have to report it. So the difference in normal auditing. So highway user, the gas tax the state passes through to you. You can only spend on certain things, and we have to make sure you haven't spent on things you're not allowed to spend it on. Investment of public funds. As a municipality, you can't invest your money in anything you want to. There's a state statute about what you can invest in. And public contracting, we have to test. If you put bids out during the year, we select a sample of those bids and make sure you scored the bid the way you're going to say you're going to score the bid. And this just shows your change in fund balance over the last several years in the general fund. And this year, your expenditures exceeded your revenue, but that's what you had budgeted for. You had a lot of transfers out this year out of the general fund to other funds. I made it as quick as possible. Any questions? Tim has my cell phone number. He can get a hold of me anytime. So
this can be a really dense document. I'm a CPA and I have difficulty getting through it. So my recommendation always to council or board is to get the highlights, which I would read the management discussion analysis, which starts on 4, and that's our interpretation, kind of how everything's going. I would look at the ending fund balance on page 21. The general fund, how's it going? The big reason that there was a discrepant or a difference between revenues and expenditures this year was because we spent money out of the general fund for this project, for the city hall and police station project, but we had not sold the bonds until October. So that money has now been recouped after the bonds were sold. And then the last thing I would do is point you to the notes. And the notes are just a little detail. Some of them can be a little rough, but really that starts on page 27. And if you really just go through those, I think you have a pretty good understanding of where the district is or where the city is with regards to its overall financials.
I will say, if you get through all that, stay awake, you're doing quite a good job because it is an audit report.
It's exciting. That's why they're all here.
Lisa?
Yeah, I have a question. On page 51 of this report, there is something called the Tourism Facility Renovation TRT Fund.
Mhm.
So does this money in this fund have to be used on renovating the school?
No, that was just the name of it. This is the 1.5% that was originally earmarked for it. It does not, it just, that's how the fund was named at some point in time. But really it is just a TRT funds, very similar to the transient room tax fund, the Clatsop County TRT fund, and the tourism and arts fund.
Okay. And then another question I have is the quarterly statements, use a cash basis of accounting or for some of the funds. And then this uses an accrual or modified accrual basis.
Correct.
So doesn't this make it difficult to compare the annual statements to the quarterly statements? And is it possible for you to disclose in the future on the quarterly statements, label which funds are using a cash basis on and which you're not?
That's a good question. Typically, we don't use a major accrual during the year with regards to those funds. We do accrue. We don't report on accrual just because we would end up having to move it into, for instance, we'd have to move all the TRT that we receive in January and February back into the December financial statement. And so that is a lot of work and there's not a huge amount of effort. So that's why we report most of the funds actually on the accrual basis through the end of the quarter, but then we show the cash basis for the TRT collections, which come through during the year. And then we essentially true it up at the end of the year.
You could label those, so at least we could
I can label those. Absolutely. I could label those.
know which ones you're using, which you're doing.
Say you're not the only government. I do a lot of government auditing, a lot of them do cash basis. Because that's allowed under budget law in the state of Oregon. But the governing GASB, Governmental Accounting Standard Board, says your statements have to be on modified accrual or full accrual, which is different than the way you budget. That's why we have that changing going on. I have to follow GASB when I put this together.
Oh, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do it this way. I'm just saying for us to understand it better when we're trying to compare, it would be great if it at least was labeled which things were on a cash basis on the quarterly statements.
And, you know, in particular, one that is the TRT fund that we push through to the chamber, right? We don't want to send the chamber a check before we actually have the cash. So that fund is typically run on a cash basis. And so you'll see a lot of times even though all the money eventually gets passed out of there, you'll see the very small fund balance can be $7,000-$10,000 just because of a timing issue.
Right. So
I'd be happy to.
The heading at the top of it, you say cash basis or.
Sure will.
Just so, you know, I'm not an accountant, so I can look at it and at least have some idea of how to compare them. Okay, thanks.
Other questions?
I have a question. So the cash increased again this year. It's about 20 million. It was around 5 million. We know we've got about 3+ million left from the school. But it seems like we add a couple $1 million every year to the surpluses. Can you provide an explanation of that buildup? Maybe like from 2019, 2020, what happened during COVID?
So we have a budget meeting on March 13th where in the past, typically that is where I would present the financials for that quarter in. I would be happy to discuss how that kind of how we've got to this point at that point in time, if that is okay with you as council.
That'd be great.
And it'd be good to know what happened during COVID. Did we pull from our surpluses? Did we build more? Just to add to that low.
I cannot tell you a specific number, but you did not pull from surpluses.
And I know you weren't here.
Right.
Any other questions?
Have you posted the results of the high season taxes that were
Yeah, so we posted the first, it would be the first quarter report, the report that I couldn't give till January, but we posted in November. So it showed the highest season for the tax results. And then this coming up report that I will show you, that it goes through the second quarter, will show you how that actually impacted from an income statement.
Was it more than last for, than?
It was.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come back.
Move to approve the City of Cannon Beach financial statements and supplemental information for the year ended June 30, 2024, with independent auditors report.
Here a second.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
Council President Kirk. Councilor Ostrander.
Yes.
Councilor Hammond.
Yes.
Councilor Hayes.
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes. Okay. Oh,
Yeah, that was good.
okay, next we have the City Hall and Police Station guaranteed maximum price. They're gonna take a moment to get up here. Do we have enough chairs?
Yeah, there's just 4 of us.
Now, some of you, if you want to sit down.
Oh, I think we're okay. Thank you.
And we're gonna wait just a minute for quicker. Anybody know any good jokes?
It sounds like we need to bring the other crew back.
It's like it might fall.
Have we got any response?
Through them.
Okay.
Yes, it's not me from our guy.
I was just gonna mention that she's.
Your general contractor process. Replace the firm and no longer has a contract with the city. City already has an approved CMGC contract with a replacement firm. And at this point, the council is making decisions regarding the GMP or guaranteed maximum price amendment that sets the cost of the work as well as negotiated terms and conditions. And I'll turn it over to Leslie Jones from CETA.
Thank you, Bruce. I'm Leslie Jones with CETA Architects and Engineers. I'm the project architect on the City Hall and the police station buildings. I'm also here with Angelica.
Hi, I'm Angelica Yingle. I work with CETA, part of the project.
And online, we have Jennifer Beatty as well in case we need her or have questions that she can address. As Bruce mentioned, our purpose here this evening is twofold, both very exciting. I'm honored to be here again this evening. One purpose is to go over the current budget. And so I will be talking through that in a bit and comparing it to previously done budgets. But we're also here to welcome and introduce PNC
our new CMGC. And with that, I will hand it over to Brian and Jeremiah
Thank you.
to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Well, my name is Brian Shoemaker. I'm the president of PNC Construction, and I'm here with Jeremiah Dotson, who's been the pre-construction manager and leader of our project to date. We're going to touch and present on a couple things today. And there's a few key team members that we're going to make introductions to. We'll do that quickly. And then we're going to walk through briefly our process of what we've done to get ourselves to this point to date, which is the submission of the guaranteed maximum price. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jeremiah to take over with the presentation.
Good evening, council. My name is Jeremiah Dodson. I'm the pre-construction manager with PNC and also the project executive through construction. I'm going to introduce our project team. We're almost all here. So behind me right here is our senior project manager, Jason Bragg, if you can raise your hand. Hello. And then our project manager, Nolan Friesen. Our project superintendent, Doran Spence, who is the superintendent for the City Hall project. And then we have Tony, who's not here with us, but he will be the project superintendent on the police station. We also have Derek Dingman, who's the estimator for the project and was integral in putting together the GMP. I think that I'd like to just talk about some of the process that we had during pre-con. Since we were awarded in December, one of the first things that we focused on as a contractor was validating the budget. We wanted to look at the documents and make sure that the budget actually worked, in which we found out that it did. So that was the number one thing. Second thing was to jump into our pre-construction services, which was mainly to do a constructability review. And our team got together and put together over 100 items to talk about. And we had a couple very good work sessions with the city and with CETA to go through the constructability review. We also created detailed schedules for each of the buildings, both the police station and City Hall. And a lot of that was done with our superintendents. Logistics plans for each building, as well as the temporary offices. So each of these logistics plans shows temporary fencing location for our job trailers and security and safety. Then we moved into creating bid packages so that we could get ready to put the project out to bid and compile the GMP, which is what we did. We actually solicited to hundreds of subcontractors, both local, and we advertised here locally as well as at the DJC, and received over 32% local participation in the subcontracts. We had a great bid day, and we established the proposed guaranteed maximum price, which is why we're here tonight to get that approved. I'll turn this over to Leslie to kind of talk about where we were with the budget before and where we're at now with the guaranteed max price.
Okay, and I'm sharing my screen here to have some numbers to talk with you this evening. Let's see. Okay, so as Jeremiah mentioned, we're here to talk over the current budget. What we are proposing is the guaranteed maximum price for construction. But to back up a little bit, I want to go over sort of where we have been and how we got here. So our previous budget was done in June of 2024, so a little over 6 months ago. That budget was done, it was done based on our drawings. So the package of drawings, the general contractor who prepared that budget went through, talked to sub-consultants informally and put together a proposed budget. And the current budget, as Jeremiah mentioned, had a more robust process to get to that final number because it was bid from all the consultants. So there was a bid package that went out and all of the trades who would perform the work gave a cost for their scope of work. And that's what is compiled into the current budget. Some terms I want to talk about as we move through this. You'll see on the screen, we have a previous base budget and a current base budget. I want to talk about what that means for us when we talk about the base budget, because they're not the same numbers you'll see on the GMP. So included in the base budgets here, it's a total project cost. So it includes the cost of construction, but it also includes soft costs and other costs associated with the development. So within these numbers are things like the architecture and engineering fees, the permitting fees, the testing fees, survey fees. And in a moment, I'll break down exactly what is in there. But I want to make sure when we say the term base budget, that that's sort of a project all-inclusive number. The other thing you'll see up here is additive alternate options. These are things that are not in that base budget. So we can go through these and talk about what they are. There are some options here. I will say the way that we broke down the additive alternates was primarily to be able to compare apples to apples with our previous budget. These alternates, same alternates that you saw last time when we discussed it. And so when we're comparing these two budgets, we're comparing as close as we can get to apples to apples. You'll also see here an available deduction that is a cost saving element that we were able to find as we worked with PNC and with their expertise. It has to do with the foundation system. And that was worked through with our structural engineer and the geotech engineer. There was actually testing and proof of concept today on the site. And so this is a promising, it looks like it will work to change our foundation system and save some dollars.
Can we ask moving along?
Sure. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know when you'll know the answer on the testing for the helical pier system?
Well, I know Doran was on site today monitoring that testing and has the results.
So we're gonna finish the testing tomorrow morning on this site, and then we'll head to the police station and connect testing there as well. That report will be generated by the geoengineer and then consult with CEDA's engineer as well.
Are we like a month out from knowing, a week out, 2 weeks? Are we approximate?
Probably next week.
Oh, okay.
Next week, we should have the report. We have some preliminary findings today. That's good news.
Okay.
So
What's the difference between helical and micropiles?
So micropiles are very loud and very expensive. The helical piles literally is like, have you seen those, the dog screws that you can screw into the ground that you put the leash on? It's very similar to that. And it twists down in the ground, so it's a quiet system. And then that generates a certain PSI holding up the foundations. And so it's a great process. In fact, Jason, our senior project manager, has extensive, you want to talk about that project real quick? He did one that had over 274 helical piles under the building.
That pretty much summed it up. Wait, do I need to start off with my address? I'm Tigard, Oregon. Sorry if that was political. Just kidding. Basically, a helical pile is a giant screw into the ground. You screw it into the ground, and it's once the screw gets tight within the ground surface itself, there's machinery that recognizes that torque, and that tells us, hey, we're at the good spot there. So we had some really great findings today. Once again, once the report is published, then we can really officially say yes, but everything we found today shows that it's going to work.
And is one safer than the other, micro versus helical, or?
No, one is not safer than the other. Equally as safe.
Okay.
So just to expand on that, the grouted piles is what we had here originally, and we're looking at the helicals. So you have additional equipment because you have to make the hole, then you have to inject grout into the hole and bring your system out. So you have additional equipment. It takes longer to install, and it's more schedule time. The helical takes one piece of equipment to run the helicals down, and they're I don't know if neighbors around here heard us today. We did 3 piles, and it's very quiet compared to the other system.
Okay, thanks.
Eric, they did one right outside of my window. and I was able to take phone calls and do work.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I noticed them doing the work. I was just curious if
Yeah.
when the timeline that we're gonna hear back, if this is gonna be an adequate system that'll actually
And this is
saving us money in ways.
been reviewed by our structural engineer as well, and it's just a variation in the number of placements because of the different type of pile. That review's also been done.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Temporary facilities always been outside of this budget.
They have always been a separate line item because of the question and funding source. So we've kept that separate, which is maybe not optional here in the same way that some of these other adults are. But again, we wanted to keep it as consistent as we could with the last presentation.
There was quite an increase in those temporary facilities. From 3.25 to about 600. Is that coming out of the general fund or is that coming out of bond proceeds?
It was always going to be approximately 600. But one of the portables was going to be a purchase. And we were going to use it as the food pantry later. And we lost that unit when we had the delay. Somebody else took that unit. And so now we have both of the modulars are being paid for out of the project budget. So it's the same number of units, everything. And we're trying to negotiate to be able to ultimately buy one of those units so that we don't have to rent and then go through the whole purchase price.
Okay.
Rental of the modulars is included somewhere in here and not part of the
Well, it's
600,000.
included in that temporary facilities at 600, right? That's the rental cost. So that's why the increase, because that isn't being purchased.
Right.
And it's still going in the Second Street
Yes.
parking lot.
The last thing up here on the slide you'll see is the available contingencies. We'll talk a lot about contingencies as we examine the additive alternates. So contingencies, they are included in the base budget numbers that you see. There's a couple different types of them. There's both the construction contingencies on the hard cost side and an owner contingency on the soft costs. These are dollars allocated to unforeseen situations or the owner contingency is dedicated to any owner requests that maybe are things that you can think of or things that come up. Those dollars, if they're not spent, ultimately go back to the owner, but they're held in the base budget estimate.
So the construction contingency is construction cost, it's included there.
Yes.
The owner contingency has its own line item.
Well, I'll go to the next slide. That's actually a perfect segue. So
Happy to.
in the hard costs and the construction costs is where we have the construction contingency. That is included in this GMP number that we're looking at. The owner contingency is included in the long list of soft costs. So both are included in that base budget.
And that owner contingency is a %, correct?
It is approximately 3%. Yeah. And that's a number we've also kept consistent as we've gone through this. So that owner contingency, it matches the dollar amount from the June estimate. Even though the total dollar amount is a little bit different.
And no design contingency is needed. Has that been used or is that just gone?
So the design contingency was part of the estimate previously and is no longer because this budget is based on a bidding process. And so the design is complete. The bids have come in, and so there's no question contingency for that specific purpose. Any question on any of the terms before I keep going? So in general, as PNC said, it was a great bid day. Our total here base budget is less than it was back in June, which is a great trend. And what you're looking at here, of course, is the combined both buildings for both projects. If we separate the two buildings, just briefly, this slide shows all of the costs, both back in June and currently for the city hall. There's significant savings with the current budget for city hall. That's been a trend through each stage of budgeting. There is, for the police, the trend has gone a little bit the other way. So the police is a little bit more expensive now than it was when we budgeted back in June. But again, with the savings of the city hall, the overall dollar amount is lower.
I had a question about the site development line item for both of which going up significantly between the June estimate and the current estimate. Is there things that weren't seen all the way up until June that caused the site development to nearly double in both instances?
I will hand that question off to PNC.
And maybe also explain what exactly site development falls, or what falls within that site development line item.
Right, and these categories are compilations of the book that was produced previously and now. And so without referencing, I don't know if they include exactly the same elements.
And we're not able to comment on what was included or assumed in the prior budget. We didn't do that analysis. But what I can tell you is that site development includes earthwork, site utilities, all of the prep work.
Piles.
The piles, all of that scope of work necessary to start the construction of the foundation and in the buildings.
Okay. So is Cedar or is it Bruce that might have the answer as to why it was half as much in June and now it was 2 million in June and now it's 4.4 million now for.
I don't have an answer for you specifically. We can.
Okay.
It looks to me like it might be an allocation thing. I'm looking at the previous budget, the building construction was higher, site development was under, so it might be an allocation of where dollars were.
I was gonna suggest the same.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure without looking through more specifically, but something like the piles is about that dollar amount. And so if that was included in the building construction rather than the site development, then that would account for that difference.
Okay, yeah, because there's not a big discrepancy, hard cost totals between in the final cost of the full compilation. I just wasn't sure if there was an actual savings and then suddenly site development expense or.
No, the plans for site development have not changed. It's an allocation because of course we didn't share the previous budget with PNC.
Okay.
So moving on to this next slide, which is a summary. Again, and I can maybe possibly zoom in. I don't know if that looks pretty hard to read. But I can talk through it. So what we're looking at here first is the combined contingencies. You'll see that in the current budget is significantly less than we were holding previously. That is because the design and estimating contingency dropped out because this is now a bid project, but we still have that nearly $1.4 million combined of contingency. So that's a number to remember as we consider the additive alternates. The base budgets are listed for each building. You'll see the current base budget is a little bit lower than the previous one. And then those alternates that we've taken, these should match line item by line item for what the scope of work includes for each of those alternates. Though, again, this has been priced separately and bid. So the numbers we're looking at now are on the right. The first one there is the covered parking canopy at the police station. This has been something that we have held below the line. If, as we move through the project, we end up spending those contingency dollars on other things, that could be a component that gets added or deducted as needed. It's a separate standalone structure from the rest of the building. The next thing you'll see there is the parking stalls at the police station. So because of the grades on that site, our original design has, I believe, 5 parallel parking stalls along the drive. And that's to avoid significant regrading, but parallel parking stalls are not the most efficient. So this alternate would be to do the grading needed to make those more traditional 90-degree pull-in stalls. And it would go from providing 5 stalls at that location to 11 stalls at that location. So that's the cost for those extra 6 parking stalls. And that's in the, that would be public, in the public parking area at the police station. So no change to the secure fleet parking there. Automatic gate at the secondary vehicle exit. This is also for the police station. There are 2 gates at the secure parking area. One will be the in-out gate that is used on a regular basis. That is included in the GMP as an automatic gate. The second gate is an emergency only exit access gate. So that is, the intent is to only have that be used in the case that that primary access is blocked. And so this is the cost here, to have that secondary vehicle exit only from the secure fleet parking be automated. And the temporary facilities, we've also talked about some that's listed as an alternate to keep things consistent, but that will be necessary funds in order to relocate city staff for prior to construction.
So Chief, you like those additives?
They would be nice, but obviously it's going to be dependent on how the project goes and where those funds are needed elsewhere. We can look at it as we get closer and see what funds are left, but yeah, it would be very nice. I know that here in the trees, we have a lot of issues with debris on our vehicles, and as everybody does here with getting stuff on their cars up there, we're gonna be out of the trees, but it'd still be nice to have them undercover. It's a big investment to have these vehicles, and we like to keep them as long as we can. So we'll just play it by ear.
Any other questions on all these numbers that we can help clarify?
I have a question that kind of goes back to the furniture, the FF&E. Originally it was around 15,000. Now it's like 525,000. Is the typo somewhere? Was it just, I don't know.
Yeah, the 15 in the last one was a typo. I believe everything, the numbers on the right-hand column all shifted down 1 at some point during formatting. So the budget for that has not changed. But unfortunately, that was
you. Thank you for that. It happens.
Yes, I looked at that actually this past week and was trying to figure out the same thing. So I apologize for the confusion.
Any other questions? So in terms of the budget, I believe that brings me to the end of my presentation.
And so you guys have your own project manager.
Correct.
So does that mean that you will be stepping back as a project manager and letting them manage these 2 projects?
No, I'll still be managing it from the owner's perspective. They are going to be managing it from their perspective.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so Bruce, you'll be reviewing all the additions and deletions and all that kind of stuff on behalf of the city.
Yes. Any questions on behalf of the city?
Okay. And so I'm just curious, so I mean, how much time do you have allocated, you and Rusty, to be on site to review submittals and work in progress and potential changes?
There will be we'll be having the architect review submittals.
Okay.
Won't be as quite as big of time burden. But there are going to be other issues that are going to be we want to try to move this wall to a certain and evaluating whether or not that's going to be a substantive change. What the cost of certain changes are going to be. And then all of the pay draws that come in, reviewing things like that.
So you and Rusty are going to do all that?
We'll be doing, yes.
So how many hours a week do you anticipate that to take, or a month?
For me, I would say it's probably 20 a week. Rusty, hopefully less than that.
Okay, and how much time do you think it's going to take to do those draw requests?
I have not broken it down that much, but I would say probably 4 to 5 hours.
Okay, I think you're extremely underestimating the amount of time that's going to take. That's a big project. And we have to make sure those draws are done correctly.
And again, have the assistance of the architect too.
Of the architect to do our draw request.
As far as what's the work completed.
So I anticipate I would be reviewing and approving each draw request.
Okay, and so will an inspector come out like they would on any project and approve the work that's been completed that's on the draw request?
So what I anticipate is we will have weekly meetings. Those would be owner, architect, contractor meetings where we review any outstanding questions, any outstanding submittals, the progress of the work, schedule, next steps. We do that weekly. I would anticipate those to be a mix between virtual and in-person. So when they're in person, it will be representatives of CEDA here with our eyes on the project to see that the work is being completed. We shy away from the word inspection because we'll have building inspections by the jurisdiction for that. But we will be here looking at the work in progress. And so that's what we would use to verify the draw requests and the percentage complete of the various scopes.
I just think that I really, really think that you're underestimating the amount of time that it's going to take to manage these projects in Corner City.
And if it takes more, put in more.
Well, but there's a city that needs to be run too, right? And so, I mean, part of that is just simply out of concern for you and for the projects and for everyone. I mean, it's a big job. I know what those jobs take, and it's a big job. And I just think that you're really underestimating the amount of time that it's going to take you and Rusty has other things too. And I think that Lisa also maybe shares that concern.
Well, I don't have any idea of what it takes to manage a project. So I'm not an expert in that, and I can't really speak to that. I just wanted to, if it's 20 hours a week, that sounds like a lot to me.
It's going to be more than that, I think. Once we get into, would you maybe agree that it's kind of a full-time job to manage these two big projects from an owner standpoint?
Having not been on the owner side, I don't know for sure.
Jennifer has her hand up from CETA.
Oh, okay. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello.
Hi.
I don't know if I have video or not, but if it doesn't look like it. But I wanted to kind of comment on these things. If you retain a project manager, like a company that does that, they will manage multiple projects, not just one project. So they may have, just like an architect with projects, they'll have multiple projects that they're managing at the same time. So I do want to emphasize it wouldn't, I don't believe it would be a full-time job. I do think that there'll be weeks where there's more time and weeks when there's less. And to reiterate what Leslie said is that we will go through and we'll be on site looking at everything, doing pay apps, and we will raise to the city anything that we want or think that they need input on. And that will help Bruce and Rusty focus their time. And as far as submittals, we will review all the submittals, but ones that have importance that we want their eyes on, they'll be aware of that, and they'll have conversations along the way as we get these submittals, which ones do you specifically need to see? Because there'll be some that are very important and some such as a caulking material or something like that they probably don't need to see.
And your CETA's work is included in this bid.
So the CETA's work is included in the soft cost portion of the cost, so it is included in that base budget. It is a separate contract from the GMP number.
Do you know what the builder's risk is going to cost? And is it included in this? Because it looks like it's not included.
It's in the soft cost, 167,000, I think.
It is in the soft costs.
We've already procured it.
What is the number? I noticed that on page 3 of the, there's liquidated damages, but there's just a bunch of dollar signs. Is there a number for that or?
There is on this handout that I put on everyone's bios.
Okay,
So
that's added in.
yeah, when we put the packet out, we didn't have that number yet, but since that we have established a number.
Great.
Yep. So it's $420 per day. 420 per day.
Okay, all right.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
all of the things that are highlighted yellow in the packet, we stuck on this one page just to try to make it a little easier so we know what items.
Okay, I didn't look at this. I didn't have something.
So that's the yellow highlighted items in the GMP amendment that we will need to fill in tonight. And I included the liquidated damages at the bottom.
Oh, excellent. Okay, thank you.
And I think I did see in the contract was a lot to go through over just a couple of days.
Yes.
But I believe I saw in the contract that PNC guarantees that they will complete the project, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's correct. I feel pretty confident, but I just kind of wanted clarification on that. And if you don't, we know where to find you.
Know where to find it.
Exactly.
I thought that was a trick question at first.
I'd like to lock down that guaranteed maximum price.
I think that's a great idea.
In that motion?
I entertain it.
And then we can put some amended motions on this handout as well on the second page.
Right here. Yeah, Gary.
Do we want the?
I'm gonna walk through.
You should have your printout copy of this. And it has the highlighted items. So the first one, actually it's listed second, but it's A.1.1.51, and that's the alternates. Each one of those is listed there as Leslie had gone through. And that shows the automatic gates, PD, covered parking at PD, 90-degree parking at PD, temp facilities, and then the helical.
Are we gonna handle those in two separate motions? Or,
We can actually do it in one motion, right? There is, on the second page.
then I think we need more conversation if we're going to.
So you're not entertaining a motion yet because of the.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna accept guaranteed maximum price and authorize the mayor to move forward with contract and then discuss and propose a motion on the additional items.
Alternates.
Need to do that. We did discuss the alternates first and make that and tie that all into the motion so we know where we're headed.
Yeah.
We can do the whole thing in one. The recommendation from MAC was to do the whole thing in one overall motion.
Okay.
Again, if you don't wish to do any of these alternatives, you can leave those out and we can change the GMP price. We had to, but if we go forward with the 5 alternatives, the GMP price is $966,683.
Was I supposed to be able to write down that?
No, it's on.
Should be on your, it should be at the very top there.
Which number?
And the A.1.1.1.
But we need to have, so it sounds like we need to have some discussion first.
So if we were to approve this without those alternatives, they're not part of the guaranteed price, right? So to me.
So when there are certain, like, for instance, the temp facilities. We have to do, it has always been outside the GMP, but now we're including it inside the GMP.
Well, that's the big question to me. I mean, that's obviously the big budget item in that list. I think the automatic gate at 7,000 is probably, not a big discussion item. Covered parking, you asked the chief about. I think if we can get it in there, that's worthwhile.
It protects.
This is won't this put us over the budget price? I didn't figure in the helical pile deduction. So maybe that brings us back down.
So
That
if,
brings us to the 20,
Or isn't it about 500,000 less?
I can't do the difference.
It was like 5,
Here,
like 550.
here at 25.3 and now it's at 24,775. And I think that includes the alternates. Does that include the alternates?
I wasn't sure what you were indicating, but on the screen where we have the current overall budget calculation on the bottom right includes, so the combined base budget, the alternates, the deduction.
752,000 additive alternates. And we were 534,000 under budget, so we're 218,000 still under budget. Oh, no, we're 218,000 over the previous budget.
So what you're seeing on
I
the,
didn't calculate in piles, which would be a gain in the other direction. So it sounds like we're gonna end up about 100,000 some over. Am I
well,
something?
on the left side where we have the previous overall budget calculation, when you look at the combined base budget from last time, that did not include these same alternates. So then if we add those alternates to base budgets, then
That didn't have the temporary facilities in it, the big $600,000.
The previous budget calculation does have some of that temp facilities in it. The 325,000 is included as an additive alternate in the previous budget.
What was not included is we were buying one unit and then gonna go ahead and move it. And so that's where that opportunity, and that's what put it back up to about 300 or 600,000.
On the, if they allow you to buy one of those units, will they give you any rent credit?
We don't, right now, we don't have an agreement that they would sell them to us.
I know, but
Yeah.
it's just it's a
Well,
hypothetical.
we would certainly ask
Ask
for
for
that.
that. And then if they agreed to sell back one of those units, where would that money come from? Would it come from the general fund?
General
then?
fund.
So it would get paid back to this fund. Correct, it would be intercity transfers. And about how much was that lost?
Right around 300. And we would also look, well, ideally, we would be able to get one of the two units. And actually, they're different sizes, or they were different sizes. And a little bit difficult to fit something where the food pantry is because of the trees. So if we could find something that would fit in that area, and somebody else was selling, have to pay, over and above, but that's clearly something that we're trying to look forward, is saying that at some point we are going to want to move something in there.
I don't think we should count on it coming out of this. I mean, that would be.
No,
I think
that's
that's
kind of a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little.
If it happens, great, but right now.
Yeah.
But it's gonna cost about the same amount as it would to buy one.
I don't, Buster, do you remember what the purchase price was? Because I think they were around 300 to rent. And then
It was.
I don't know if you remember what the sale price was.
Depending on the size of the unit, I think
Yeah.
it was in the 200 and some range.
Right, but it was a smaller unit. To fit in between the trees and the road.
Yeah, I was just wondering the rent, but that's.
So is Mr. Mahoney our bond counsel?
Mr. Mahoney is our contract attorney.
Okay,
Construction.
so many names.
He works with Ashley.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did he say he wants to get on?
His hand was up earlier, but it's.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm still with you and I apologize, but the budget we were looking at, the guaranteed maximum price budget of 19,319,000 essentially did not include those alternatives.
That's correct.
But we're being asked to ask for a guaranteed maximum of 19,966,000. So. And that includes all of those.
That includes all the items. That's correct.
So, okay, I didn't do the math. Does that add up?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you.
And the subtraction. All of
Yes,
that.
all of it.
So Matt did shoot me a quick email. He said the potential deduction should be going into A 1.1.5.2 because we don't know whether the work can be done with it yet. That would be the pilings. Any of the items that you want to off can go into that with the discussion of how they accepted the piling process. Anything that, so it sounds like, and we can have him.
Yeah, let's
Put my
Yeah.
Matt on.
Explain it better.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Yeah, I wanted to let you know that 8.1.1.5.1 is for those items that you agree to now that you want to include in the overall budget. Whereas 8.1.5.2 are those items that you are authorizing to go forward in the future, but may not get into the contract now. So for example, if you have the pilings and you're not sure of them, but you want to authorize them to go forward, if all of the testing back comes back okay, then we can have that in our discussion and you would approve that as part of the discussion, and then that would go into the contract. And it would allow the project managers to execute that amendment at a later date. And all of that would be incorporated into the motion that incorporates this discussion. So That's how you would determine items that you want to approve now versus approving later.
But I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
And it's kind of going back a little bit, but I just, out of the 38% of the local contractors that actually bid, how many of those are going to be used? Do you know? About the amount of local contractors?
The 30,
It was 32.
32% that we referenced was based on contract amount relative to the overall cost.
That we would subcontract with.
Correct.
So in the packet, it made it look like that was the ones that submitted bids. Were those the ones that submitted bids that you tentatively accepted because they were the low amount, or they just submit them and they may not be the ones that are chosen?
The 34 or the 32% is the local subcontractors that were successful in being the low competitive bid, and we will be utilizing them on the project.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't clear in there.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
It's just, I thought it was just the ones that had submitted, and I was like, so did they?
Yeah, no, those are the ones that will be awarded work on the project.
Yeah.
We have you here, your hostage questions. Okay, be out working soon. Okay, Gary.
You ready for the math?
I'm ready for the math.
So with including all of the alternates listed in A1151, we're essentially about $82,000 over what was estimated in June, although I realize that includes some things that weren't included. Is that money coming out of contingency? Does it matter at this point, or?
Well, actually, even though there's the actual, what we've discussed as a budget, the funds that are inside of the fund that where we sold the bonds have gained interest, et cetera, are sufficient to cover additional, whatever that dollar amount is. So yes, we have sufficient funds to cover.
So we wouldn't even be dipping into the contingency to get all of these alternatives?
Not at this point. At this point.
The contingency is included in.
It is actually included in.
Oh, yes, but it's also included in the bond, correct?
We don't include contingency set in a bond. I mean, yes, from a budgetary basis, when I spend money, I typically will put a contingency. However, on a construction bond or a construction project this large, actually, we typically will allocate all the funds from an appropriation standpoint.
So I have a question about the 5.2 versus the 5.1. So for some of I think this might be a question for Mahoney. But if if some of these items get allocated to the 5.2, that we may not, so things like the helical pile deduction, does that need to be included in that motion? Or are we talking about separate motions because some of these things we don't know for sure that this is actually going to be a savings? It sounds like things are promising for the city hall site, but they haven't even started the test at the police station site, so it's completely up in the air about one portion of the project at least having a savings on the helical pile. So how would that factor into the GMP for motion wise?
Yeah, thank you, council member, members of council. So I think what we're trying to do right in the motion is to gather the discussion that we're having here. So what you all need to do at this time is to agree on, how the contract is going to be allocated, to fill in those blanks, and you're going to give, the mayor the authority to sign the contract that includes those items that that you all discussed today. And so ideally, you all are going to talk through and agree to a GMP amount that includes certain alternates that are included in 5.1 and certain future potential alternates that are included in 5.2. And so that should allow you to both A, have a guaranteed maximum price for all those items that are included, and then B, give the project managers or the city manager authority to execute those change orders to add in, or in this instance, subtract out some of the costs from the guaranteed maximum price that have been agreed to by all of the parties. And so you may actually, again, I don't know the numbers that well. I'm more on the legal side. But that may increase the guaranteed maximum price if you're shifting that negative from 5.1 down to 5.2. But then ideally, right, if that process works and it goes through and the soil is okay for the conditions of that piling, and the geotech gives you authority to go forward with it, then everybody agrees and we execute that change order to the GMP, which lowers the price and gets it back to whatever 19,966 is. So hopefully that answers your questions.
I think it does.
So,
Can I add something to the
so do we move
Of course,
helical here?
all of these?
just a
Helical. Helical piles were always designed at the police station. The city hall was grouted piles with the potential that the helical piles could work. But it was we have different soils at the police station than we have here. So due to the organics, the geoengineer assumed that the grouted piles were going to be a better fit, but helicals were an option. So what we did today was test and prove, pretty much proven that those will work here. So we're not changing the police station from one pile to another. It's just part of our testing program that we always do before we move forward on the project, just to make sure we're validating the geo's report that will work. So
Okay, so the 104,000 savings is just this building. It was already expected that we were going to use helicals at police.
Oh, okay.
So this is attachment D.
Was that what was on the bias?
Yes.
No, that's just my notes, our notes for you guys. So
Okay.
attachment D is in your packet. It's the actual amendment, the GMP amendment, and it has the highlighted blank spaces. It's only a few pages long.
I know where they are in our 882. Okay.
Probably about 75, maybe 150.
It's past the audit, so it's.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I was
20.
looking at I was looking how thick my paper was and I double checked.
Are you in the PDF of the full packet or the one that's split now?
Full packet.
Okay, so full packet.
Predicting 220.
Say 175. Probably 308 or something.
It is page 178, I believe.
Oh, good job, Deanna.
So that's the actual GMP amendment that would be approved tonight with the blank spaces filled in.
If the helical piles are moved to 5.2, then the GMP would be 71,138. But if it stays in the 5.1, then it's the number that is there, 19,966,000.
So
do we have consensus on the alternatives at the police department?
Yes.
Yep, I do. Eric?
Yeah, I mean, it's the covered parking, the automatic gate, the 90-degree parking, is that something that's can go into that 5.2 if there's additional savings and other things as the project goes along, as opposed to, because as I stated, the covered parking is a standalone structure that's wouldn't need to have construction started at the same time as construction of the rest of it. The automatic gate for the exit is a additive once the fences are already constructed and everything. Is that something that could go?
I think.
Yeah, we could purchase that scope of work down the road, yes.
And putting that into 5.2, so authorizing it if additional savings allow would reduce the total GMP, or how would that affect the GMP?
I don't have the article in front of me, so I want to be cautious on responding to how it would impact the GMP. But what I can tell you is the scopes of work, we confirm those numbers today, and at a later date, we can buy that scope for those prices that we agreed to that are in that article and incorporate that into the GMP if they're not incorporated tonight.
Okay.
And are those things that can be, could be added on? There's going to become a certain point where it's not going to be cost effective for.
Yes, and it would be our responsibility to notify Bruce and the team when that date was approaching so that you could make a informed decision.
Maybe 60 days notice, 30 days notice.
Yeah, we could easily establish a 60-day notice.
What's the advantage of that? I don't understand.
Well, if things go over, then we can, if we start using up that contingency, I know that Gary is concerned about the $300,000 increase in the temporary facilities. We still have it covered to where we could say, yes, we can do this. Ed, you know, that he agrees that, yeah, he would absolutely like it. And I think it's a great idea if the money is there.
Hands up.
But if we move it into 5.2, as Eric suggested, we still have that capability to approve that really quickly.
So, Mr. You have your hand up? Do you know you have your hand up?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Just to clarify a little bit on a CMGC contract and what a guaranteed maximum price is versus what you might be used to on a low bid project. When we get a guaranteed maximum price for a CMGC contract, it's a little bit different than a low bid because the CMGC contractor is actually what we consider at risk for the project because they are giving us the guaranteed maximum price of what that project would cost. And as part of their proposal, they give us a contingency, which is included within that guaranteed maximum price for things that occur on the project that they might otherwise request change orders for if it were a low bid project, but they're taking on the risk of that. So they build in that price into a contingency within the GMP that will cover those changes. And if they don't spend that money, we actually get it back at the end of the project. So there already is some contingency for items built into the contract that it was on one of those slides. I believe it was somewhere in the grounds of 500,000-600,000. The one time when the CMG doesn't take on the risk is for items where they really don't have any control over the risk. So that would be, for example, if there was a differing site condition, say that the water levels, even though we had a boring, were way higher than they should have been or something, where there's no way for the construction manager to really anticipate those risks and include them into the contract. That may be where we see a change order. Another would be if the city decides to really change the overall design of the project mid-construction. So I wouldn't recommend you do that. But in general, this contract delivery method really does secure the city a little bit better than a low bid would. And again, there is some contingency already built in. So you can shift those items out and into an alternate. And that would lower the overall GMP price. But as the construction manager's, the general contractor has stated, that there will be a time where those prices may go up due to inflation, due to organization of trades, due to how the timing is on the project, that they may end up having to increase those costs. And so that's the benefit of locking in now versus putting them off to later. So hopefully that helps kind of you understand where we're at with that contract method.
I'd rather
Thank you.
lock in those prices now.
I'm fine with locking them in too. So in this motion then, is our consistent with the discussion, is that including all the items in 5.1? Adding all those into attachment D as 5.1?
Including the,
Or do we, what's that?
including the reduction on the piles.
Yeah.
Yes, if you do that, then the 19,966,683 is the GM. There's a motion on the second page of the document that we left here.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see if that motion, it's consistent with the discussion, so I wanted to make sure the discussion is consistent. That what we're talking about, those items that are listed on this sheet are what we're voting on, moving them into 5.1 in attachment D. So I move to accept the guaranteed maximum price proposal and authorize the mayor to execute a guaranteed price amendment and alternatives between the city and PNC Construction for the Cannon Beach City Hall Police Station project. $19,966,683 in a form substantially similar to attachment D with this discussion.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Jen.
Can I get that number real quick, just so it's in here? 19 million.
960.
66,680.
Or 19,000.
Right.
What I meant to-
Discussion. That was another project.
Right, and Lisa second, or Counselor for a second.
Yes.
Okay, I caught it. Counselor Ostrander,
Yes.
Counselor Hammond,
Yes.
Counselor Hayes,
Yes.
Council President Kerr,
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes. Ah. Some of my gray hairs will change. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone back to our council marathon. And next on our agenda is a public hearing on APP 2501 appeal by Miller Nash LLP. This is a hearing regarding the appeal by William Rasmussen Miller Nash LLP on behalf of owner Martin and Maxine Siegel Living Trust, appeal of a planning commission decision to deny CU-2405 conditional use permit for the placement of a new shoreline stabilization structure for the purpose of erosion control at 3915 Ocean Avenue, tax lot number 41006 BC 00400. Before I open the public hearing, I would like to invite Carrie Richter to procedure.
Thank you. Mayor and City Council. I am Contract City Attorney Carrie Richter, and I was not able to hear the testimony of somebody who testified during the items not on the agenda period of this meeting. But I understand that the testimony was that certain materials were not included in the packet for the council's review. Is that generally accurate?
That's my perception.
Yes. Yes.
That's not what,
No. No.
but the person that made the statement doesn't agree with that.
Steve said, yes, that's true.
Go ahead, Steve.
No, I guess I thought that was, I didn't hear it either. That was what I thought was discussed, but it's my understanding that the person who may have said that doesn't agree with that statement.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the person's asking for.
Was somebody, I'm assuming somebody on the council heard the testimony?
Yeah, we all did.
We all heard it.
Okay. This is not the time for public testimony. We will have that time after we do the staff report and we have the applicant's presentation. But I understand there is a procedural challenge. If it is okay with the council, I'd like to proceed with the hearing. And this person will have an opportunity to raise their procedural concern during that time. If that's okay with the council?
It's not okay with me. And I'll tell you why, because it's a significant prejudice to the respondent by not having a complete record on appeal for us to review ahead of time simultaneously, all of it together. In other words, we've had a week to percolate one side of the issue, the appellant side, and we have not had any of the other testimony that was given before us, the documents that were submitted. I was at the original hearing, at the Planning Commission hearing. I sat through the whole thing. There was a significant amount of information provided by the respondent in this case. And I think it's illegal to proceed at this point. I've done appeals. I did appeals for 3.5 years in front of the Court of Appeals, Division I of the state of Washington. And I happen to know that you have to have a complete record. You can't just prejudice one side by only having an incomplete record with one side represented. So I would not agree to it.
So I'm not suggesting that the council make a decision without all the materials. That's not what I'm proposing. What I would recommend is that the council take testimony from those people who came to the hearing tonight. We will supplement the record and continue the matter until February 18th, which is a week from today, and proceed when we have when all the materials are before the council. So I'm not suggesting that you all make a decision without a complete record.
The only way I would agree to that as a council member is if the side representing the respondent, that's kind of weird, but yeah, if they agreed to it. If they didn't, there's still significant prejudice because we've had an extra week to have all the information percolate from the appellate, and then we won't have that time. So, I can't agree to that. Unless the other side was to say, okay, that's fine with us. We don't think there's significant prejudice.
The options that I see are that the council could decide not to take any testimony tonight and just reconvene on the 18th. And have everybody come back in a do-over. That would be the only other option.
Applicants out of town, experts are out of town. And it costs a lot to come.
It's pretty disrespectful to everyone who
Excuse
came and waited
guys.
2.5 hours.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're trying to work through this.
So in my experience, the way, when it comes to light that there is a procedural shortcoming, everybody who's come can testify, the council hears all the testimony, and we continue it. And then the additional evidence can come in, and everybody has a chance since they've spent the evening at the meeting already. But it's entirely up to the council about how you would like to proceed.
Well, I've made my position known.
You want to recuse yourself now?
Yeah.
If I can recuse myself now, I was gonna wait until this conversation played out, but I can
Oh, that's right.
recuse myself. I'll go ahead and recuse myself.
Use yourself already. Don't you want to answer that question?
As quick as I can. No, as I was part of the planning commission decision, I'm gonna recuse myself from any further discussion on this topic.
Okay. Excuse me, we don't have.
It's not a discussion with you.
I think I can handle this. We don't have conversations between, but he was on the planning commission when the hearing.
So,
Pardon me?
wasn't Lisa on the planning?
No, she was a ND at the meeting.
I was in
She
the
was a
audience.
Yeah, she was a counselor at that time. But there as a private citizen.
Okay, there'll be time to challenge council participation after we get through this.
What's our time frame on this?
The
I believe,
120-day deadline is March 28th.
Right.
So we have to have a final written decision by March 28th.
and so there's a couple meetings, the 18th and then the 4th, and I'm assuming there's probably going to be the request to do draft findings. So we need a meeting for that as well. So right now, I believe that was March 11th.
Yeah, so we have next week, February 18th, March 4th, and March 11th. There were not many days that we could get together in March. There is a couple opportunities where there might only be one person. Deanna said she may be able to reread, double check her schedule, but we would still be one person down.
Okay.
So.
Well, could it be Eric?
Oh, actually, let me look and see.
I mean, that would work. Nothing personal, Eric.
Actually, there is, no, that would be Gary. There is one where it was Eric, but then Lisa wasn't available.
Which day was that?
March 5th.
What day of the week is that?
Wednesday.
I don't think just let me check. I could change that. I thought this was March 5th. Ash Wednesday, I don't know. No. March 5th, yeah, I can be here.
Okay, so we do have March 5th as an option. Eric was not available, so.
And that would be our only agenda
We
item.
would just make that be the only agenda item, yes. And then you would still give you the the 11th would be short for findings. But you could, I mean.
We could do it.
Gonna have to.
Well, I think we should hear from who showed up tonight. So there's some initial testimony.
I do too. Yeah,
I don't.
I know you don't.
I'm the tiebreaker, huh? Yeah. Oh,
Don't think of it.
well, I kind of am. But because I actually, I agree with Lisa. But in the interest of people's time, I agree that we should go ahead and hear from the people.
And I agree with Lisa too, except we have all these people that have been here for, I know it's a riveting group of people up here, but you guys have gone through a lot. I've sat through a lot.
I don't think convenience should trump what I see as significant prejudice to one side. I just don't see how convenience can trump that.
So that doesn't change I think we should still hear the.
I don't know who's here to speak on behalf or against, so I can't make a judgment of whether that's prejudice or not. I just thought we should hear from people who showed up.
It's important to remember that the record will remain open if you do decide to continue this to March 5th. The record will remain open and folks will still have an opportunity to provide testimony in writing. And you could decide on March 5th to take testimony, oral testimony again. So folks will have another opportunity after tonight. It's just that it allows people to testify tonight too.
And I'm agreeing to the test, to be able to testify with the assumption that we are not going to make a decision this evening, that we are continuing the hearing.
Before we get to deliberations.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, no deliberations.
Yeah, we're just gonna listen to the testimony of the people that are here.
Yes.
Is my understanding, is what I would like.
It does. Deanna brings up an interesting point. When we get to deliberations, there are 4 of us. So, a 2-2 vote has what implication?
We can talk about that when we get to it. I'd
Okay.
rather resolve this point first,
All right.
if that's okay with you.
Okay, so it's my understanding we're going to open the public hearing, hear all the testimony of anyone that wants to testify, and then continue the hearing to March 5th. Correct? Is that correct, everyone? I know you don't agree, but is that?
Definitely don't agree.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to open the public hearing and ask to step to the jurisdiction of the city council to hear this appeal at this time. Counselor believe he or she has a. Does any counselor believe he or she has a conflict of interest? Has any counselor had any ex parte contacts or made a site visit?
Site visit.
Site visit?
Site visit?
I have not.
Is there any additional correspondence?
Yes,
Oh, I'm good.
sorry, yes, there were 5 different submittals that were forwarded to council since the packet was distributed.
Right, yesterday, okay. So I would like to request the staff report.
All right, first of all, I want to apologize for everyone if the record wasn't full, and everyone's time. So I wanted to apologize for that. The applicant involves a request for Martin and Maxine Siegel at 3915 Ocean Avenue to install a vegetated riprap shoreline stabilization structure for the purpose of erosion control. Prior to the application, a conditional use permit and related development permit were issued for the placement and the maintenance of a non-structural sand and cobble revetment, which is no longer present on the property. The application material included a geotechnical report prepared by earth engineers that evaluates other potential means of erosion control at the subject property and recommends a structural stabilization of vegetated riprap shoreline stabilization structure. The subject property is eligible for a shoreline stabilization structure as development existed on the property prior to January 1, 1977. City of Cannon Beach Plan Commission rendered a decision to deny the Siegel conditional use permit for the placement of the stabilization structure. Will Rasmussen of Miller Nash, on behalf of the owners, Martin and Maxine Siegel, requested review of that decision, and the council scope a review meeting on January 14th. And at that meeting determined that the appeal would be heard on the record with limited additional evidence in the form of photographs of the site. The applicant, there were a couple of preliminary issues raised by the applicant. They assert that there were several fundamental errors in the Planning Commission's decision. In particular, the appellants argued that the Planning Commission applied the wrong burden of proof standard, and the order does not adequately identify the evidence, facts relied upon, or provide sufficient reasoning to support the decision. Appellants also argued that the Plan Commission disregarded expert analysis from its geotechnical engineer. And in addition, at the end of its appeal, applicant raised two constitutional issues regarding privileges and immunities clause and a takings clause. The next items in the application 1 through 5 are kind of the applicants, the city's response to the applicant's concerns regarding each of those identified issues. With regards to the applicable criteria, the Cannon Beach Municipal Code requires all non-structural shoreline stabilizations to apply for a conditional use permit. And under the city's code, a conditional use permit must meet 4 overall conditional use standards. The Plan Commission found that the application in this case met only one of the 4 general standards, that a demand exists for use at the proposed location. And in addition, the Plan Commission found that the applicant did not meet the following standards that specifically apply to the shoreland stabilization applications. Those items are the shoreland stabilization priorities, that there's a critical need to protect the property threatened by erosion hazard, and a long-term recurring costs to the public are avoided, and that the proposed structure is a minimum necessary to provide the level of protection required. So each of those criteria are listed with the finding and then the applicant's response to each of those items. And then if anyone has any specific questions with regards to any of those items, myself and Carrie are here to address those concerns.
Okay. One question I have, I know is on the record, and I want to know if there's any, there's such a huge amount of information, and there was at the Planning Commission level too, but I didn't have the packet there. So I don't know how much additional, or if any additional information is included in this from the appellate that wasn't in the Planning Commission packet, because it is supposed to be on the record. So therefore, it's really important that we know what kinds of things we need to disregard in this, because they are additional information.
Yeah, and pretty much all the claims that I've seen right offhand are with regards to the sections that were cited by the Plan Commission in the findings. So I can't speak to the like the constitutional type issues I'm not as familiar with, and I might need some help on that. But with regards to a lot of the other information, they were directly responding to the findings that were presented by the Plan Commission.
Okay.
So if I can, Counselor Kerr, just to jump in, you are correct that the review is on the record, which means no new facts, right? Arguments are allowed, but no new facts. And I'm assuming you all have the Miller Nash letter dated February 10th that came in, I think earlier. Well, I got it earlier today. You probably got it yesterday. It does not have any new facts per se, but it includes a number of aerial photographs. And you all decided at your procedures hearing that you would allow photographs. So these aerial photographs are allowed. I'm sorry?
Yeah, particular photographs, I think, not just any photograph, but photographs, the ones that Clay Newton, the chair of the Planning Commission, referenced, and there was one other group that was going to be permitted. I don't remember what it had to do with.
The official language that was decided upon was photographs from any party showing the condition of the property.
Okay.
So that was the final, because we went back and forth a couple of times on it, but that was.
Okay, that's the final. Okay, good. Thank you.
My point is that the photographs that are in the Miller Nash letter at page 6 are in the record already. The photograph that is in the record at page 7, I don't believe is in the record. And I don't believe the purple lines that kind of annotate those photographs, if you're looking at them, those I don't believe are in the record either. So that is the only instance that I identified as a new fact that the council should not consider. If Mr. Rasmussen during his testimony wants to identify where these blue or purple lines appear in the record, then I will be proven wrong. But that's the item that I have identified.
Any other questions?
One question on the planning commission's findings regarding conditional use approval standards, A, for the demand. Did you say that the planning commission found that they met that?
No.
No, that was the only criteria of the 4 in the conditional that they felt was not met.
Okay.
And then the specific finding is listed under that 17.86080, where it indicates the planning commission's finding with regards to that. And if you want, I can be more specific in terms of that particular condition if you'd like, or that finding.
Please be more specific. Make sure we're talking about the same thing.
The use in this case is a vegetated riprap, which is a beachfront protective structure. The question before the planning commission with this criterion is whether the applicant established that there is a demand for the use. The factors in the text of the criteria are not particularly helpful for determining the need for riprap on the lot. The applicant asserts that there is a demand as follows. The property bluff continues to erode a significant and accelerating rate despite past mitigation efforts. This erosion will likely continue to increase as the consequence of the climate change is worsened. Moreover, coastal bluff erosion is unpredictable and the property's bluff is at risk of suddenly receding 10 feet or more during a storm event. And so that was the applicant's comment. And then the finding continues from Plan Commission. As noted in the staff report, the geotechnical report submitted with the application states that the site has experienced an erosional rate of retreat approximately 5 feet per decade with the past erosion control measures in place, and estimates a rate of approximately 10 feet per decade without any shoreline protection. The structure is set back an additional 30 feet from the edge of the bluff, so there does not appear to be an immediate need for riprap as the rate of erosion on the site is consistent with the other locations in this portion of the coast. Moreover, as noted by the report, there are non-structural solutions that will slope the rate of the erosion at this location. The Planning Commission acknowledges that this location does have a lower elevation and the structure on the property may be at risk when waves overtop the bluff and whatever protection may be placed in its location, but notes that any wave overtopping will not be addressed by the riprap, so it does not factor into this analysis.
Okay, so I guess there does not appear to be an immediate need for the riprap is the actual.
Yes.
And whose note is it? The factors in the text of the criterion are not particularly helpful for determining a need for riprap on this lot.
That is part of the Plan Commission findings.
I agree with the Planning Commission. I would love to hear more about the demand, but maybe this is not the time, or maybe it is.
That may be a question that gets posed as part of the discussion.
Okay, I'll make a note.
Thank you. Anything else? No? Okay, so I'm going to call for public testimony and state the request will be reviewed against the criteria of Municipal Code Chapter 17.80 conditional uses. Consistent with Cannon Beach Municipal Code 17.88.160B2, the hearing will be held on the record developed before the Planning Commission. And in addition, new evidence will be allowed only on the following limited issues. 1, photographs from any party showing the condition of the property. Oral testimony will be limited as specified by the council below. Statements may be accepted in writing or orally at the hearing. Oral testimony is limited to 15 minutes per appellant, 3 minutes for proponents and opponents, 15 minutes for proponents and opponents of representing a group of 5 or more people, 3 minutes for rebuttal. The pertinent criteria to be considered are identified in the staff report, which was made available to the public 7 days in advance of this hearing. Staff has analyzed the appeal issues relying on the reasoning set forth in the Planning Commission's decision. Persons who testify shall first receive recognition from the mayor, state their full name and mailing address, and if appearing in a representative capacity, identify whom they represent. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or with reference to record evidence sufficient to afford the decision maker and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issues precludes appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. In addition, the failure of an applicant to raise constitutional or other issues relating to proposed conditions of approval with sufficient detail to allow the local government or its designate to respond to the issues precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Is there a presentation by the appellant and applicant?
Yes, there is. Join you. Sure. And nice green chair.
Thanks. I'll let you know when the timer.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Bye.
Green. Right. We're ready whenever you are, Mayor.
Okay, we're ready.
Good evening. Thank you. Will Rasmussen from Miller Nash again for the record. Address is 1140 Southwest Washington Street, Suite 700. I'm here today with my clients, Mimi and Marty Siegel. I've had the pleasure of working with them for the last year to get to this point. They've been working on the site for a lot longer than that. And I can tell you, I've learned in that they're decent people, just desperately want to save their homes. I'm going to try to initially address some of the procedural things that happened, pass it to Mimi to say a brief statement, then address the question of demand asked by Councilor Hayes and address why lesser alternative measures won't work at this site. There was a question of the 2-2 vote. When there's if it actually ends in a 2-2, that means it's denial, which in this situation would mean we just resubmit the thing and actually get it so we can have a majority. We would respectfully request that Councilor Ostrander stay in the room and listen to discussions. And the city has the option, if it wants, if it ends up in a 2-2 vote, to allow Councilor Ostrander to break a vote. It can ask its own. I don't know if it agrees with that, but I know the city council has done that in prior situations. There was the question about the purple line photo that Carrie asked. All of the photos in our materials and all of the photos that I'm going to show today, either presented to the Planning Commission, our slide deck there, almost all of them came from that, or they're in our original narrative, which we submitted on August 8th, or they're in the original geotech report submitted from Earth Engineers. That purple line photo that Carrie asked about is from page 3 of our August 8th narrative submittal in the record. We're not submitting any new photos, including new photos of the site, all stuff that was presented to the Planning Commission. Brief timeline of this site and the Siegels' responsible ownership of it. They bought it several decades ago. In 2006, 2007, they did a major expansion of the home. And at that time, they added a vegetated berm in 2007, sand, planted on top with native vegetation. That quickly washed away within 1 year. And then for 15 years, the bluff continued to recede closer and closer to their home. In 2022, they came back and talked with the city and OPRD about what they could do to try to stabilize their bluff. We got an approval from the city to do a vegetated cobble berm, put cobbles down over the entire frontage, their site right under the bluff, put sand over the top, planted willows in it, and it immediately washed. Within a year, one storm cycle, it was completely gone. They replaced it in 2023. Again, cobble, sand, planting, washed away within a storm cycle. So they've really tried their best at this. A little over a year ago, I started working with them to prepare this application, just knowing that it takes very seriously, considering a revetment, and took our time to get here today. I'm going to pass it over to Mimi to say a few words as the owner.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Maxine Siegel, 9515 Southeast 15th Street, Bellevue, Washington, and it's 98004. My husband Marty joins me this evening. We wish that we were giving you our Tolovana address instead, but we can't move forward with what's really our dream of retiring here in Cannon Beach until our house is safe. So our request to you, I think, is very urgent. Each and every storm dangerously further erodes our hill. And at our ages and given our infirmities, we're longing to realize our plans. Thank you to the city staff, city council, for your stewardship of what is beloved to us, Cannon Beach, and your diligence in reviewing what you've noted are very exhaustive materials. We're also grateful to our team and to our experts and friends who are stuck with us tonight and are supporting our request. We've been vacationing in Cannon Beach for more than 4 decades. Our first home was on Pacific, and we were so proud because we bought it from Everett Browning, who had been the mayor, and owning the mayor's house felt so special to us. It was a dream come true after years of saving and searching to be able to build on the ocean in 2006. I want you to know that we're responsible homeowners. We diligently followed every code and best practice, and we deliberately, when building, chose a local architect, a local builder, landscaper, and artist for their expertise, their mastery of local conditions, and because we wanted to invest in the community. Fast forward 20 years, without exception, these trusted local craftsmen, John Nelson, Mike McEwen, Mike Morgan, Troy Thorson, have all advised us that there's nothing short of vegetated riprap, revetment, will protect our bluff. Their letters to you and their presence tonight, it's in your file. They've all conclusively said that to us. We honor their experience, and we trust that you're not going to ignore their hands-on wisdom. Not one respected authority has said that a clay burrito or similar will work on our site. Not one. We can't find anyone who thinks this is a good idea. Our family respects the privilege of owning oceanfront in what is absolutely the most beautiful place on earth. And importantly, we share your deep concern for the environment and this absolutely incomparable beach. And if you were here last night looking at the sunset and the moon, and if you were here today on the sunny beach just glistening at us, it was just magnificent. Our home means the world to us. Cannon Beach means the world to us. Our children and our grandchildren have grown up here. These are our memories, and this is what we're trying to protect, our legacy. But the ocean has changed. The waves, as you all know, are so much more destructive and forceful. And we're watching our bluff erode, and it's rather terrifying. It's the stuff of nightmares. We've tried, as Will points out, 3 times to hold back the Pacific Ocean with softer solutions, and it doesn't work. And as Will pointed out, and I want to emphasize, that cobble solution that we tried in 2022 and that we repeated again in 2023, that was at the suggestion and the design of the city and of the state OPD. We've been good soldiers and we have adhered to their advice, but these berms don't even last a winter. Our local builders, not one, but two engineering geologists, and the panel of state experts who wrote and edited the guidebook on erosion control, and I'm sure you've all read it, and I'm sure you've all seen the section that says that that burritos won't withstand the waves, they require a more gradual slope, and they depend on willows taking root. Aside from the fact that we've unsuccessfully planted and tended to willows in the past, you can't ignore the herd of elk grazing and trampling. So that's not going to be a solution. If you walk the beach this week, you'll see that the waves have ravaged our bluff, but in the very same location, neighbors' homes with revetments remain safe. So Marty and I are here to trust, and we put our trust in you, in your wisdom, your compassion, your sense of reasonableness, to please grant us that same protection. And we believe firmly that anything less would be reckless, unjust, frankly, unsafe. And with that, I thank you for considering our application. And I thank you for your ongoing service to this community and on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mimi. Well said. I want to start off with, why did the Seagulls ask for engineers to come and look at their home? You know, it's bluff is 25, 30 feet away. What's it matter? They basically have two issues. The bluff is eroding quicker. It's accelerating, as documented in the engineering report in the record. And that's coupled with very low elevation that allows waves to overtop this very low bluff. These two pictures basically summarize the problem. Both of them show the waves coming within about 8 feet of home. The photo on the right is of a man. It's of the northern face of the Seagulls' home. So the ocean is to the right, street is to the left. And you can see the man standing there. That's just showing kind of where repeated waves pushed flim flam from the ocean up next to their home. It pushed it about 20 feet to the east of their ocean facing wall. And I want you to think about seeing ocean waves go within 8 feet of your home. This was in the past couple of years, so they weren't even particularly great king tides. You know, we haven't had any devastating incidents in the last couple of years. That's the nut of the problem. And that's why they're legitimately terrified that their home is going to be damaged or destroyed by the wrong storm. There's two key issues. You know, there's several criteria underneath each one, but really it all comes down to two things. Is there a demand or critical need for the protective structure? That's one. That's basically Councilor Hayes' question. Let's talk about that in a second. And second, is there a lesser protective measure like a clay burrito or a cobble berm or a vegetative planting that would actually work on this site? If one of those lesser things works, don't qualify. On the demand critical need, there's a ton of evidence in the record. Waves are coming closer and closer to their homes. 3 experts at Earth Engineers assessed the site. They all concluded the same thing, that a revetment's needed based on the very low elevation. It's one of the lowest elevated sites in the city. At the Planning Commission, then Commissioner Ostrander noted there's just 5 locations, low divots in the city, and homes are vulnerable. This one actually doesn't have a revetment, unlike many others. There's a budding riprap and repetitive waves breach and approach the home. It's not just Earth Engineers, though. FEMA also tells us that the Seagull home is in a high hazard area. It's not only high hazard, it's in a moderate wave area. Here's the FEMA maps. The blue area is the high hazard area. If you can see the black line with triangles that goes through the middle of the Seagull home, it is called the LMWA boundary. It stands for limit of moderate wave action. That's where they expect waves of 1.5 to 3 feet in height with certain storm events. That is historically caused significant damage. There are only a handful of structures in all of Cannon Beach that are in this location. All of those revetments that abut the Seagulls are not. in that risk level. So it's not just me and earth engineers, really FEMA has mapped this site for its hazard. I think this is what Councilor Richter was asking about with the purple arrows. These are photos that are in the record from the applicant's original narrative that just basically show all of the sites with riprap abutting the Seagull's home. Most of the sites within 1,000 feet to the south of them, and most of the sites within 1,000 feet to the north of them are all protected. And it's because of the high wave energy and the erosion risk at this location. These are expensive to install. The second key issue, will lesser protective measures work at this site? The cobble berm that they tried twice at the city and OPRD's suggestion, the vegetated plantings that they tried they tried 3 times, depending on how you want to count it. Sand with vegetation like willows and those kind of things, or the clay burrito. We got into this, earth engineers got into this in a really deep dive. There's only 3 identified locations in the state of Oregon that have tried these clay burritos of different types. They happen to all be in Cannon Beach. Gets into them real deep, and these are slides from the Planning Commission. This is the most analogous site of a clay burrito, most recently installed 2021, half mile north of the site. This photo that's up on the screen right now is from September 2023, so 2 years after it was installed. Earth engineers concludes, as you can probably see, it's failing. The sand and vegetation is washed away. Geotextile fabric that's supposed to hold the structure together is tore up. And it's just the high energy waves pick up logs, as you see when you walk around. And when the waves come up, they use those logs like battering rams. And the Oregon's own guidebook for protective structures on the coast notes that for these burritos, they're appropriate for mild or moderate wave locations. That's just not here. As you can see, you see in the earth engineers report, you see from the steepened bluff at the subject site, you can see how this burrito fared. It was repaired in 2024. Here's a picture of it in 2024. It's right after the repair on the left. And then after one storm on the right, you can see the toe is starting to erode. And then this is a picture, coming up next is a picture of this same burrito, most recent functional burrito, on the day of the last Planning Commission hearing. This was the last photo we were able to take because you said you didn't want any other photos of other sites. So we didn't include photos of what it looks like today after several more storms. But this was after the first king tide of 2024. You can see, as you would expect, the ocean waves here washed away the sand, exposed the fabric, and beat up the fabric with logs. There's 2 other examples. These are in the record. We'll just let you look at it there because I don't want to run over, that are allegedly clay burritos. I just point out the base of both of these things look a lot like revetments. They're angular rock at the bottom of them. And you can see no vegetation is taking root near the base. And if you look at these, you look at how high these berms are at these locations. 1, they have rock at the bottom, and 2, if you figure the Seagull's bluff is only 5 feet high, those rocks are going above where the Seagull berm that's just dirt ends right now. This is a picture of the Seagull's bluff again, where you can see water jumping over the bluff coming up to their home. And this is a photo. This is just to give you an idea of like, you're giving this a good faith read. I believe in this council. It's going to really think about this and good faith assess, is there a demand? Could one of these lesser structures work? And this is just a shot from a little north of the site at the Stephanie Inn. You can kind of see the logs rolling around in there. I'm going to try to show you the video we played at the Planning Commission that
Will, you're
just out.
close to your time.
Right, I'll leave you with this video then and let you move along. Just 1 second while I try to jump over to the video spot. Right, I think this will work. Okay. So this is just a picture from the first king tide of this year, not a particularly special one, not a bunch of damage done to anybody, just a normal old mild king tide. You'll see people standing on the bluff, which people certainly don't do when it's a risky one. And this is what it looks like when just your average waves roll up during this. They come, pick up those big old logs and they smash them into the bluff. I think we intuitively know this at people that are in Cannon Beach frequently, but there's a lot of force. It's basically battering rams that those logs turn into during these storm events. And we all know these storm events happen multiple times every year. And think of like a soft geotextile fabric holding up against that. They're going to end up looking like, what happened to the example given in the record. I greatly appreciate this council's time and energy and endurance tonight. With us is Adam Reese from Earth Engineers. In case you have any questions about the materials you already put in the record, glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, for a question.
Yep.
Go
You wanna
ahead.
go first?
No, you can go first.
Picture of the wave surge on the pond.
Yeah. Let me go back to it.
Is that is there a beach access right there?
Yes.
A stairway, is that channeling up the beach access and out there?
That beach access is probably the lowest of the low point. So
that is right on the other side of the green shrub.
Yes, exactly. There is a stairwell there that you can see in the record in the aerial photos of this site. It might be called Midway. Midway right of way there. There's a water facility there. But yes, that's probably the lowest of the low point. And then kind of there's a seagull home right there, right next to it. So this photo on the right.
Do we consider that overtopping when it's coming up the public?
That's exactly what overtopping is.
And how is this going to help that? How would riprap help that?
Yeah, what's in the engineering reports is that it keeps it from getting worse. So as the seagulls have lived here, this has been a bit of an issue. And the waves have come closer and closer and closer. And as you can see on the photo, right, they're coming past the house now, and right in front of the house. And if we don't stop it, it's going to be on the house. Even if we stop it, frankly, the wrong storm might still see some waves at the house, but hopefully it'll be light damage instead of severe damage destruction.
Just following up on that, it's my understanding that riprap will not stop overtopping at all. In fact, overtopping is going to happen whether or not there's riprap there or not. So that picture you have on the left really probably will still occur whether or not there's riprap there.
Let me pass it to the real expert.
Yeah, no, I think the point of Will's, Adam Reese, Earth Engineers, 2411 Southeast 8th Avenue, Camas, Washington. I'm an engineering geologist in principle. I think the examples that he's showing, in the location where that's occurring, as Councilor Hayes had said, is at the beach access, which is, I don't know, at the top of the steps, maybe a foot lower than the top of the bluff, at the at Siegel's house. So, nominally lower, and it's penetrating 20 feet past the back of their house. They've got 25 to 30 foot existing buffer behind their house currently. They need to keep that. So that's the point of putting in the shoreline protection as opposed to ongoing erosion, where then the overtopping, when it does occur, will cause loss of soil strength at their foundations on the west side of their house.
That 25 feet.
What's that?
The deck is within that 20.
The deck, the deck
yeah.
doesn't count.
Yeah.
Basically, the deck's, if you count the deck, it's 10 feet back. So we're only counting the structure with the foundation. So that's what is set back. The deck essentially in that is written off. But maintaining that, the point is to maintain that buffer.
But the riprap wouldn't stop overtopping.
No. And as you see right where we are with the wave, in today's wave conditions, and, we're not factoring in events that are worse than this, climate change and anything like that. But so if you had the same conditions that you have right here at their foundations would be inundated and soil strength settlement,
we could have submitted a bigger application for like a seawall or an elevated revetment or a whole, fortress around their home. Really, they're just trying to keep it from getting worse. That makes sense.
I know, I guess I'm just not understanding how riprap would stop overtopping when it doesn't.
It would not, so you're absolutely right, but it's intended to stop further erosion and maintain the exact amount of buffer, nothing less than what they have right now, which is what they need.
So there's currently there's maybe 8-ish feet between where those waves in a not spectacular situation came to their home. If we continue to allow the bluff to keep getting closer, the waves will keep getting closer with it. That makes sense.
It does, but if you had a huge wave event that's bigger than that, it's going to happen.
If you're willing to approve a bigger revetment, I guess we
I'm
take it if you forced it, but.
No, I don't. Haha.
I thought it was.
Well, I don't think it's funny. So, but I'm just saying that, if you had a bigger wave event than is depicted in that photograph, there's a good chance with riprap or without riprap, it's going to inundate their house.
Depends on the wave. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yes, they're already in a kind of marginal situation.
Right.
And so maintaining what they have, we would contend is very important.
We contend it's a critical need. If you think of this being your house, trying to protect your house with waves coming in 10 feet of it, you prefer it's a critical need.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to remind the next group that's going to talk that you will have 3 minutes or less. So are there any presentations by proponents who support this appeal?
All right, Mike, I beat you to it.
Beg your pardon.
Elena DeGuerre, PO Box 474. I'm not going to go over all of the expert stuff because I'm not an expert. But I do know the Seagulls, and I know that they have done everything within their power to protect their home. They could have, as he said, they could have come and asked for a massive seawall and all that. Really, all they're trying to do is protect what they have. They realize we have climate change. Big wave events are going to happen. They know that that is still a risk, but in the meantime, they would love to live here and feel secure in their home and protect what they have. So what I'm going to say is, as council members, I would ask you to look at their critical need for this and ask yourself, can I sleep at night if I deny this and their house gets destroyed? We don't have that right to destroy someone else's home. They're not doing anything or asking for anything more than others have already been able to do here in Cannon Beach and protect their oceanfront home. And it is mind-boggling to me that we have experts who tell us this, and this did not work. This will work. And then we disagree with them. So I appreciate that everyone is listening. I appreciate that you stayed and allowed us to all speak. But I would ask you to put yourself in the Seagulls position. If this was your home, Lisa, I would appreciate if you listened to me and not gave me a dirty look.
I'm listening to you. I'm not even looking at you.
Put yourself in their position. How would you want your city council to treat you? Do you want them to just let your house wash away? Or do you want them to do everything within their power to help you save your property so that you can all sleep at night knowing that you did the right thing? Thank you.
Thank you. Mike?
Mike Morgan, PO Box 132. I'm the bad guy who convinced the Seagulls to install the cobble berm after talking to the planner and the state parks ranger and that sort of thing. And we thought that that would be the soft path to protect the bank. But it didn't work, obviously. And, you know, I feel terrible about it, but the important thing, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I agree with Lisa, that it does not stop overtopping. However, if you looked at the house, the architect, who was Jay Raskin, did a nice job of lifting the house up. It's up on pilings, a couple of feet, and it's designed so that overtopping and wave action can come under the house. What it can't do is stop the erosion of 1 or 2 feet a year, and that's what I've observed in the last couple of years. Excuse me. The house that we did at the same time at the end of Brailier Street was a cobble berm with sand cover, and the sand went away, but the cobbles are still there at that location because it's so much higher. There's a house to the north of the Seagulls they did nothing but sand because the house was built after 77, and luckily those folks have stayed on top of it. It's maybe 10 feet higher, and they've planted willows and grass year after year, so that works. But the Seagulls lot is so low; it's at the very nadir of the Tolovana area, and that's why this is happening. But the fact that it's eroding at 1 to 2 feet a year is just horrifying. And I think it would really be irresponsible for you to deny the application, the appeal, especially since the planning commission was very split on the thing. I think it was a 4-3 vote on the planning commission's part. So I would really urge you to approve the appeal. And all of you that walk Tolovana Beach, which I do almost every day, the entire 90% of Tolovana is riprap. And the reason that most of those houses are there is because they are riprap. And to add 50 more feet of riprap to that home is de minimis, as lawyers would say. So I really think you have every bit of power to overturn the planning commission and allow them to do this job. Any questions?
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Troy Thorson, 91594 Youngs River Road, Astoria. I have worked in this town since 1990. So there isn't a piece of ground that I haven't touched, that I haven't looked at. I've built revetments and riprap walls on the beach. I've built several that you probably don't even know exist. They have willow growing in them. So by placing a riprap revetment, that gives that plant, my favorite plant, and that is willow, a good area to grow structure into. And it also gives a place for animals and birds to live in. You're always going to have water coming over the top, and it's just to save their property. And I really have a hard time understanding why you would deny somebody that has worked their entire lives to have what they have, and that you're going to wait till it becomes intimate domain or whatever, when it all gets torn out. And then what do? You wouldn't want that to happen to you. You wouldn't want your lot to start sliding away and everybody go, oh, well, that's nature. Let it be. No, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna try to do something to keep what you have. And they're really building something that I think is great. The engineers that have designed this, I just built one for another area. And it's covered in sand, but the rocks are there to keep the property where it is. And we can plant these plants in here that can get rooted in. When we use softscape, when we use round rock and so on and so forth, the wave action is just gonna tear that thing apart. It needs that structure that is buried in there to give those roots somewhere to hold on to create a basket, a natural basket. I am all against putting in these burritos everybody talks about. When I called and asked about the fabric to put in this, the guy laughed at me. And I said, well, what are you laughing at? He goes, you don't put that where you have wave action. That jute's only gonna last 3 years and it's gonna rot off, as you've seen in the photographs of that other burritos that is falling apart. And then he said at that point, that all comes apart, the plastic, and then it floats out and it kills fish, snakes, rabbits, whatever, rats, whatever's living around there. It's gonna choke and die on this stuff. So I really, for a city that I'm pretty proud of, that they're worried about microplastics and they're worried about cleaning up this beach and they're worried about doing something great, you know, with this place. And then you allow to put plastics on the beach that will never take hold. The waves will always beat them up, in my opinion. And that's 35 years of watching stuff disappear and be held in place. I really think it's a great thing because once I put it in, you're not even gonna know the rocks are there. And if they planted it properly, like I've always, when I first started doing this for Bob McEwen Construction, in the mid-90s, I was always a proponent of taking sand and putting it in between the rocks and pounding them in and making sure that they're solid, that they don't move, and that they are jetty approved boulders, that they're not gonna go anywhere. And then I always like throwing dirt or whatever when I dug the footings out, put that back in there. And that gives the plants something to grow in besides sand. And sand is not, if you were to take a little pile of sand and put it on the beach next to a rock, or clay, what's gonna be left when the wave leaves? The rock is gonna be the only thing there. So you can combine those together and you can keep some of that sand there and you can keep that dirt there and you can have a really beautiful event grow from this. So I really hope that you guys figure it out and give these people, very nice people that have earned the right to be where they are and to protect what they have. And I hope you guys will do so. I know somebody is just looking down at papers and not really listening to me. Again,
No,
I feel that, okay, because I've got you looking at me, you're looking at me, you're looking at me, and you're.
I've heard everything you've said. I'm just looking at a piece of paper we received, that's all.
Okay.
To see if there's alternative information in it from what you're saying.
Okay.
I'm trying to compare and contrast.
Okay, all right.
Geez.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right, is there any questions?
No, thanks.
Thank you.
It's Alan Cantor, PO Box 1392, Cannon Beach. I just want to say that the Seagulls have been part of this community for over 40 years. They've been supporters of our community. I think this is a time that we should be supporting them. I've been to their house multiple times. The waves do go underneath that property. I think the biggest thing to consider here is that the majority of the surrounding properties already have what they're asking for. They're just about the only ones on the lowest point of that stretch of beach that don't have the riprap. So they're gonna get pummeled even more and more as the future goes on. I think that's the biggest thing is why does everybody else get to have it and they don't get to have it? They've taken all the proper steps. They've hired the proper geologists, experts. They've gone through all the channels the city wanted them to go through for over 10 years, try to do the property the way the city wants it to be done. And they're kind of at the end of their line. Like this is the last step. It's this or let their property fall into the ocean in 10 years. So just like other people that spoke, I want you all to consider if this was your house and would you want to be protecting it as well? And just take a walk on that part of the beach at some point because they're one of the only ones that don't have the riprap on that part. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mary Beth Kors, Post Office Box 250, Cannon Beach. My husband Robert and I live 2 houses to the south of the Seagulls. And I'm supporting their application because I want them to have the same protections that we have, to have the revetment that they don't have. It seems only fair. I understand the revetment won't stop the overtopping. We could have it as well, but we're much higher. But it will stop the erosion. And that's a really big, important thing. And I also, looking at the video, seeing the water come up from the Cannon Beach property into their yard, doesn't the fact that there's overtopping coming from Cannon Beach property give us as a community a greater responsibility to Seagulls to protect them? Because literally damage is coming from city property. As I glanced at the record before coming here, it seemed to me that kind of an essence of what the Planning Commission was saying was that, yes, we see the erosion, but we don't think the need is urgent enough yet. They haven't shown urgent enough need. The erosion is happening at this rate over 10 years. Well, erosion is. And I think the thought I'd like to leave you with is, we don't know how fast. I gave you a P.O. box in Cannon Beach. My other address is 232 Quadro Vecchio Drive in Pacific Palisades, California. I can't live in that house because it's standing, but it's surrounded by toxic waste from all the houses around it. Nobody thought an entire town would burn until these really extreme Santa winds came. We don't know what that ocean is going to do. We do know the erosion is going to happen. We just don't know how fast yet. And I just don't think it's fair to the Seagulls to take that. We're essentially saying to them, yeah, we think it's going to stay the same. So you've got another 10 years. We don't know that. It's just not fair to them. So let them have the revetment that the rest of us on the block have that they so deeply need. Oh, last thing. On using vegetation to protect property, like their use of the willows. I never use that entrance to the beach because there's always moose poo everywhere. So I just don't think if you're relying on vegetation itself, it's never going to grow enough. The moose are going to get it. You need something underneath.
You mean the elk?
I do.
Okay. I've been here a long time and I've never seen a moose. That's okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Brian with Sandolan Lawn Maintenance.
Haven't we seen you before tonight?
You have, yeah,
Okay.
I'm here for the blowers, but I also take care of the Seagulls property and I've taken care of it for upwards of 12 years now. We've also noticed through the time that the debris is starting to come closer and closer to the home. With us cleaning it up, we go there weekly or every 2 weeks, so they've supported us doing that. And with the willows on the top, they plant them, they die. They plant them, they die. Like Mr. Thorson said, is if they would put them in the riprap, but give them a shot. So then we might actually get to trim them so they could have their ocean view. We have never had to do that in the last 4 or 5 years, just because of the erosion that has taken place there. And the amount of debris, I think we picked up a log off their deck recently. So that's how much the water's starting to invade their property. It's really becoming worse and worse and worse. So I just think we need to, or you guys need to make that vote where they get that trap put in there just to protect their home. It's not that, it's just for their safekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you. What else?
We have 3 on Zoom.
Oh, we do. I forgot about you.
2 now. So the first one is Stephen.
Okay, Stephen, go ahead.
Hi, this is Laurel and Stephen Day. We're at 3216 Pacific Street. Thank you, Mayor, for moving forward with public comment tonight. My husband, Stephen, and I have already submitted a written statement, but we want to add our voice to this hearing tonight. As homeowners in Cannon Beach, We are concerned about the trend recently of the use of what feel like unsubstantiated assertions and overreaching personal opinions over expert opinion to discourage the construction of an ecologically neutral and necessary armament to protect these oceanfront properties. This is not about the grading of sand dunes for view protection or enhancement. This is about protecting further erosion of the shoreline, which affects property owners, yes, but ultimately affects and impacts the entire community. Hard armament solutions are critical for shoreline properties. As has been said, the Seagulls have already tried other options. They don't work. If you want another current side-by-side example, go to our property versus our neighbors to the north, which is the McAllises that was already referenced in the attorney's PowerPoint earlier. Just after the last set of king tides, we are fortunate to now have a riprap structure. They have burrito bags. We lost sand and vegetation that we will have to pay to replace, but we are happy to do so. But our neighbors lost structure yet again. So I'm just asking you as a homeowner in this beautiful community that we love to please, please listen to the experts and please support those who have invested their lives and their resources to live in this community. Let them protect their property, particularly this property, which has been said so many times, is one of the lowest situated along the ocean front of Cannon Beach. We feel like the time to decide to not let property owners protect these areas was prior to allowing people to live on the ocean front and buy these properties in the first place. So again, this is not an aesthetic decision. This is about protection of property and ultimately protection of this beautiful city that we all love, Cannon Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel?
Daniel Collins here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Very good. 2802 21st Avenue South, Seattle, Washington, 98144. I'm calling in as a proponent. Good evening, Cannon Beach City Council. I'm a sole proprietor of Nicotera Contracting Consulting Firm in Seattle. I'm a professional arborist and ecological restoration practitioner, and I focus on aquatic and riparian recovery using live willow stakes to create shore habitats and to support the toe of riverbanks and mitigate erosion and bank slumping. Much of the work that I do is public funded through the King County Flood Control District, and it's on public lands. I advocate for willows for the right applications. Much of my work is on levees and revetments. And I just want to go through the materials that I've looked at. So I reviewed all the materials in the records regarding the potential use of willow vegetation to stabilize this site. Information provided by earth engineers shows that erosion from wave action is advancing on the property for a variety of reasons. The low elevation sandy bluff, as everyone has mentioned, localized wave energy from nearby revetments, and regional ocean influences related to climate change and outside the control of the property owner, all of which put at risk an entire proposed SPS system based on willows. The shoreline is characterized as high energy because it faces the uninterrupted wave action of the Pacific with a very long fetch. Storm impacts and king tides are key threats. Only strong, rigid, interlocking structures can withstand these forces given the limited depth of shoreline. Wave action cuts at the base of most structures. Wave action pulls soils out from under plant roots, leading to collapse. Undercutting can begin with the first strong storm event. I noted the history of multiple plantings being attempted at this bluff, including the willows from 2022 and 2023. Approvals given by Cannon Beach as shown in the record. For plants including willows to become bioengineered components, they must be well established en masse before they can be truly bind soils together and provide the skin friction to slow erosive forces of water. These efforts showed that early failures were common. To be clear, vegetative structures losing soil are in a failure mode once they start to lose soil. I also noted the scouring and vertical slope bluff at this location, which is caused by high energy waves impacting the bluff. By adding a heavy clay terrace on a subbase of sand, this may result in structural shifting during storm events, and that's something to be looked at. In addition, I note that there are inadequate remedies to repair bioengineered ocean shorelines if they fail. They're difficult to assess, inspect, and often require a complete rebuild. Overall, having read the earth engineer's reports and reflecting on my experience with willows, I do not think installing willow stakes above a clay terrace slope would curtail the erosive energy of this location. I therefore do not think the city can conclude that a bioengineered solution relying on willow will work at this site. If the city wants to use willow vegetation, it's more appropriate behind the revetment where it can better provide a more sustained ecological services, and willows can certainly handle overtopping. Ultimately, I think this is a problem of high wave energy exceeding the limits of soft armoring along a beach littoral zone, and I urge you to reconsider the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Daniel, we have a question.
I just want to ask one question. So when did you visit the site?
I have not visited the site. I've only reviewed the record and the materials in the record.
Thank you. And the record is not complete, so you didn't review the whole record then?
Another question?
Carrie was raising her hand.
Oh, Carrie.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Collins set forth a number of additional facts. Mr. Collins, did you testify before the Planning Commission?
I did not.
Do you know if the testimony you gave today is already in the record or not?
I believe that it was. I believe that all my references to Earth Engineers reports were in the record.
No, I know the Earth Engineers reports are in the record. You made a number of factual assertions based on your professional experience and your evaluation of those Earth Engineers reports. My concern is whether or not those statements were already in the record or if they are new. And so during the open record period that is going to happen, if the council decides to continue this to March 5th, I would urge you to provide the documentation of where the statements that you've made today appear already in the record, because they appeared to me to be new.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have Jeremy.
We have Richard.
Or Richard, I'm sorry. Denny or Richard Cummings.
There's Richard.
Okay, go ahead, Richard.
Yes. I'm unmuted at this time, but I'm also on a Zoom. Is that available?
Wants to see you, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I will need to promote. It'll take a minute here.
Am I a panelist or?
So if you join as a panelist, which you probably can't hear us at the moment. Now you should be able to turn on your camera, Richard. There you go.
Oh, okay, we saw you. Okay.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
My name is Richard Cummings, and I live in 1606 39th Avenue in Seattle, Washington. I'm not on this Zoom call to discuss or debate shoreline stabilization. I am here to tell you a bit more about two very special people, Marty and Mimi Siegel. Marty and I met on our first day of medical school 53 years ago in Cleveland, Ohio. Our wives, Jenny and Mimi, soon joined the efforts to get us through medical school and into our careers as physicians. I think my wife, Jenny, will be following me after I get through with my 3 minutes. Our families, careers, and homes have overlapped for over 5 decades. We've raised 5 children and have tried to help with bringing up 5 grandchildren. Years ago, we learned that Mimi and Marty had started a love affair with a place, Cannon Beach. We have found our dream place to live, I remember Mimi saying. For Jenny and I, the trip from Seattle to Cannon Beach seemed a long distance to travel, particularly with small children, but not for Mimi and Marty. Each year they worked hard to free up time for Cannon Beach and to fulfill their dream of someday retiring there. In between the trips to Cannon Beach, Marty, Dr. Siegel, was staying busy. A specialist in infectious diseases, Dr. Siegel was a leader in medicine's early responses to the AIDS epidemic. He was a key figure helping to provide sympathetic care to every patient suffering from that mysterious and untreatable illness. Marty was widely recognized for the expertise and compassion he brought to all of his patients. When uninsured sick patients showed up in the hospital emergency department, patients no other doctor was willing to accept, Dr. Siegel was the one physician willing to get up in the middle of the night to deliver comfort and care to that patient. And then Dr. Siegel would be back in the hospital the next morning at 5:30 to make rounds on all his other patients. Don't take the word of an old med school classmate for how special Dr. Siegel was. Each year, local magazines like Metropolitan Seattle and Seattle Magazine poll the local medical providers to nominate their most admired professional colleagues. The magazines were seeking Seattle's best doctors in various specialty categories like best internal medicine doctor or best ophthalmologist. Over the years, Dr. Siegel's colleagues repeatedly selected him, not as the top infectious disease physician, but as simply Seattle's best doctor, period. Thank you for your attention, and I think my wife, Jenny, has something to say.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm
Please.
unmuted. Can you bring me up too, like you brought Richard up on the screen? Join as panelists?
Yes. You should be able to turn your camera on now, Jenny.
Why don't you go ahead and speak? We will listen very carefully.
Okay. All right, I will.
Okay, thank you.
Good, okay. That's an old picture of me, but it'll do. Like Marty, Mimi Siegel has also been a hardworking professional over the years. 40-something years ago, she started a one-room school for children, birth to 3 years old, with disabilities. She's been an unstoppable force for the care and welfare of those children throughout the many decades. She founded, staffed, and directed the Kindering Center in Washington State. It is now the largest and most comprehensive center in the nation for these very small, often overlooked children. She's developed 4 campuses serving thousands of children with special needs every year. The model programs pioneered at the Kindering Center have been adopted nationally and internationally. For her work, Mimi has received much recognition and numerous awards, including the Washington State Citizen of the Year in 2019. Both Mimi and Marty have devoted their lives to helping other people. I, of course, still remember the great joy Marty and Mimi expressed when they purchased their property and built their dream home on Ocean Avenue almost 20 years ago. Each time we would go with them to Cannon Beach, the first thing they did when we got there was to get out of the car and walk straight down the path just to get on the beach and breathe it in. We would watch them take a deep breath and sigh, well, we're back home. Walking Cannon Beach is our daily tonic. Now this outstanding husband and wife have moved into retirement. And as you've heard, They're seeking a legacy retirement relationship with Cannon Beach for themselves and their children and their grandchildren. Cannon Beach is a special gift that all of you know. They have treasured it for decades, and they would like to continue that. They want to seek to preserve the place they love so much, and they want to continue as valuable community members and friends, just as you are. They hope to move forward with their home in Cannon Beach to be part of the community, to join your committees, volunteer for your organizations, but they also want a peaceful retirement. They need to be free from their fear that the beach bluff will continue to erode. How soon will the ocean overtake their Cannon Beach home? They want to solve this safety issue. The Siegels have presented the scientific reports and testimony that underpins their application, and you've all heard this. They urge you to respect the persuasive data their team has presented. These two people have devoted their lives to caring for others. You know, in California just recently, neighbors risked their lives to save their neighbors' homes from fires. The Siegels are now asking their neighbors in Cannon Beach to help them save their home from beach erosion. We urge you to apply your wisdom and sense of fairness to this issue and support this really outstanding family. They are an asset to you, to Cannon Beach, and they want to be there for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any more proponents? Nobody in the audience? Nobody on Zoom? Okay, next we're going to move to presentations by opponents. I want to remind you that if you're representing a group that has 5 or more people, you get 15 minutes. Everyone else gets 3 minutes. And let's go ahead and start with Jan.
Okay.
Seaver-Foreman. I don't want to forget her. Good evening, Jan.
Hi, I wanted to just say, this is Jan Siebert-Warman, P.O. Box 778, Cannon Beach. I would prefer to read my letter after the packet is completed. So that would be the next meeting, which would be March 5th. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other opponents in the audience? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kyle Hazard. My address is 80198 Highway 202, Eastside, Oregon 97138. I'm the Oregon Field Manager for Surfrider Foundation, and I'm here to represent the views of our local members here in Cannon Beach, which oppose this application for riprap. I hope you all had the opportunity to review the joint comments that Surfrider and Oregon Shores submitted yesterday, which detail why the Planning Commission rightfully denied the application and correctly applied city code and state law. And I hope that you have a chance to dig into the entire packet. So I'll just cover a couple of important points and establish some relevant facts, because I think that there is some further education needed for those in the room. This is not my opinion. It's a well-known industry that riprap destroys on the beach. I'm sure you all know that, but I really believe that this cannot be overstated. Paradoxically, riprap actually increases erosion of the beach in front of the home as well as to neighboring properties. Riprap cuts off the transfer of sediment, which would normally resupply the beach of sand, and it can destroy beach habitat for critical species. Riprap is just not the perfect solution. And it doesn't address the overtopping, which was demonstrated as the main issue. If the primary source of overtopping is at the stairs next to the property, we've already seen riprap will do nothing to address that point of entry. And the part of the issue with riprap is exactly what the gentleman from Astoria had described. It had nothing to do with the riprap being visible or beautiful, being overplanted. It is about the density of the material. So filling it in with sand and dirt and getting these extremely dense rocks is the problem. It's deflecting that wave energy rather than absorbing it. I know that riprap can be seen as a set it and forget it type of structure, but that's just not the case. It requires maintenance, just like those softer solutions. However, while it's sitting there, it is destroying the public beach, taking the right to access it away from all of those who love our beaches. And we've seen this happen on Salishansett and Glen Eden Beach in front of our eyes in just a couple of decades. Those beaches are no longer accessible even at a normal tide and at increasingly lower tides because of the proliferation of riprap. Private beachfront property owners do not have the right to destroy the beach. Lots of the wide sandy beach that we are blessed with here would be a monumental blow to residents and visitors alike. The applicant has failed to demonstrate that this cost to the public could be avoided. Therefore, the Planning Commission was correct in denying this application on those grounds. Additionally, in Oregon, there is a hierarchy of shoreline stabilization solutions. There are alternatives that exist between just dumping some sand and cobbles on the bluff, as was done, and going all the way to riprap. Applicants are required to exhaustively prove less harmful alternatives are not feasible before riprap can be considered. This application has failed to meet the burden of proof for this requirement. Alternatives that would nourish the beach rather than destroy it have been dismissed without proper analysis by a company, Earth Engineers, that to my knowledge does not work on projects like that, but rather stands to benefit financially from the placement of riprap on this property. The City Council and Planning Commission have denied other applications for this hasty dismissal of alternatives, and the Planning Commission was correct in applying the city code here. I think it's also important to point out, we saw those pictures of the San Burrito structure at 3188 Pacific. Again, we know that that structure was not properly constructed. It was too steep of a slope when it was built. It was not maintained properly. The improper type of vegetation was planted there. And as you saw in the photo, the repair photo from 2021, I believe, or 2024, the one where it has a nice slope and there are grasses on the top of the bluff. The bottom of the bluff does not have any grasses. Perhaps if it was maintained properly and that area was planted early enough that the grasses could take hold, then in the subsequent photos where we see that erosion happening, it's that bottom part of the bluff where the grasses were not that is experiencing the most erosion. So if we hope to save this beach so that we can all enjoy it along with our children and our grandchildren, we must do a better job of implementing solutions that work with nature rather than against it. Something dynamic, something built to absorb wave energy rather than deflect it. I actually came from a 2-day conference today, which was full of scientists and geoengineers who are working on creative, innovative solutions, and not just going with the status quo of riprap. There is a problem, and there are people out there who are working to address it. Not only will these alternatives be better for the beach and for those who enjoy it, they cost far less, and they ensure that the seagulls will still have a beach to enjoy at their beachfront home. The seagulls sound like really wonderful people, but that's not what is at the debate here. Private landowners do not get to solely direct how our beaches look and feel, and if they exist at all. That is a community decision. Surfrider supports the Planning Commission and their denial of this application, and I hope that the City Council confirms that decision and protects the beach.
Thank you.
Carrie has her hand up.
Carrie?
sorry to interrupt again, but testimony about a conference that happened today is probably new evidence to any, if it relates to the criteria at all.
Okay, thank you. Others in the audience that wish to speak?
And I have one on Zoom too.
Okay, Diane?
If you want to take the Zoom first time.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
We have two that are connected.
Do I just,
Yeah, you can share your screen down below if you have your document open.
can I minimize this so I can see my document?
Yeah, you can do that. It should still, yeah, it's right.
Intent to talk to you.
And then you'll have to go back. I don't share.
No. Show me how to do that. Is that here or here?
Just kidding.
Yeah, should be able to pick.
Yeah, Chris, I don't. Stuff.
You can see it on the screen now.
Okay, then how do I get?
And this is requesting the button.
I felt the tension.
Now you should be able to control it. You can go size on your screen.
And 45 or something. If we did that, we have to. Decisions.
Show.
But how do I wanted to be able to.
Advanced way.
Everyone here? You don't have to wait for Bruce? No?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, you already heard that I oppose us going forward with this. And because I didn't dream that you guys would take testimony, I didn't ask any members to come and speak. And maybe that's a good thing because it's been a very long night. So we'll get them here next time. A couple things I'll start with first thanking you for your service. I know that you guys give countless hours volunteering for the community.
Name and
Diana Turner, P.O. Box 211, Cannon Beach.
Thank you.
And I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Friends of the Dunes of Cannon Beach. So again, thank you for your service. I know it takes hours. For most of you, many of the ideas discussed in this appeal were already addressed in the Stephanie N. appeal when you upheld your Planning Commission's unanimous denial. We as a community are at an inflection point regarding shoreline armoring. During the lengthy Planning Commission process, many community members testified that they would like a moratorium or end of permitting riprap structures. We're in the hard part of change, but we know that this community knows how to make change and progress to better practices. By upholding your Planning Commission's decision tonight, you are urging on the change that will leave the beach and community healthier and more able to meet the future. Because frankly, these oceanfront homeowners and their paid consultants have had a really good run of getting these type of applications easily approved, leaving us, the community, the beach, with harmful riprap that does drown our beach. When these applications begin to be denied, as they are now here in Cannon Beach and across our state, these same paid consultants will be incentivized to put their talent to developing the nature-based solutions that will give oceanfront homeowners protection
and allow the beach to function as close to its natural state as possible. That is the win-win that upholding your planning commission's denial will bring us. Okay, so to start with an overview, goal 18. There were many reasons to uphold the planning commission's decision, beginning with the state's goal 18. Goal 18's purpose is to limit hard armoring to protect and preserve our beaches. While the seagulls are eligible for hard armoring, riprap was grandfathered into the goal as a political compromise. Even in 77, we knew that riprap and hard armoring damages and drowns the beach, and it will do so at this location as well. Also, remember, eligibility is just the first box on a long list of criteria to be met, both here in Cannon Beach and at a much higher level at OPRD. Okay, this applicant has failed to prove CBMC 1780-230I that a riprap revetment is the minimum necessary to provide the level of protection required. And for this reason, we're asking that you deny this application. Okay. Desire for riprap. This application began with a desire to install a riprap revetment. Quote from the report. The owner is concerned with near-term impacts to the residential structure and wishes to construct a riprap revetment. Their report started with a client directive to a paid consultant, and I'll mention it's a geotech engineer, not a coastal engineer, who knows how to build structures on the coast and knows how the ocean interacts with those structures. And the directive was justify riprap. This is obvious in the reading of the original report and the clumsy last-minute justifications added just 4 hours before the last Planning Commission meeting. Their report does not meet our code's requirement of thorough analysis of higher priority stabilization measures. They have failed their burden of proof. And again, this is from their report. EEI recommends that a riprap revetment structure will provide the most protective, durable, and cost-effective solution feasible under current regulatory constraints. Their paid consultant said the same to the Planning Commission. While this may be, oops, I'm jumping ahead, most protective is not a criteria. CBMC 1780.230I, in fact, requires the exact opposite, the minimum necessary to provide the level of protection required. And durable and cost-effective are also not applicable criteria. While this may be what their client wants, it's totally at odds with our code and what Cannon Beach needs, which is to protect our beach. As far as cost, this is a quote again. While cost of riprap, this is from the Guidebook of Erosion Control Measures produced by the State of Oregon's Department of Land Conservation and Development. While cost of riprap revetments may vary, both the vegetative stabilization projects constructed on the Oregon coast have been significantly cheaper than most riprap projects. This is in reference to our vegetative burritos. When they talk about vegetative stabilizations, it is our burritos that they included in their guidebook as successful examples. So the state is saying that they are cheaper, and these two have lasted, which they cover, over 20 years. This is a fact, not a theoretical musing about what might happen or could happen or how they could perform. And the city isn't responsible for making oceanfront home ownership more cost-effective, safe, or that it will require less maintenance. They're tasked with public speech. Okay, so here's a picture of the Seagulls property on November 24th after the first king tides. You can see that European beach grass has rebounded since the applicant's April pictures and has successfully stood up to king tides. This tells us that vegetation can be established and be effective here. Remember, their first erosion control measure was just a simple, non-engineered landscape bluff of European beach grass. They did not move from that attempt for over 15 years. This shows that a nature-based revetment, like a clay burrito, that's properly engineered with correctly designed slope, plantings, and maintenance could be successful here. Or at least they have not proven that it cannot be, as they're required. Okay, so this is the beleaguered 3188 Pacific vegetative clay burrito that they offer as an example of a failure. We believe that this burrito was designed to fail in the homeowner's quest to gain approval for riprap. During the Planning Commission's process, they discussed the fact that this slope was designed too steep. It's also not planted with hooker willows, which are the most effective planting material and what OPRD strongly encourage people to use. Also, the gentleman, Troy Thorson, who added a lot of material that was not in the record, also referred to his love of hooker willows as a successful planting medium. Many of you also attended the presentation by Kevin Herkamp of OPRD, and he said in that presentation, quote, "These folks want riprap. They were told they needed to first try a soft structure solution, so this is what they built, a poorly designed, executed, and maintained structure. And when it failed, they asked OPRD again for riprap. OPRD told them that they had not given this structure, this approach, the proper opportunity to succeed because of its poor maintenance. You see in the guidebook erosion control measures that this burrito's picture caption says that it was taken shortly after installation. And you will have noticed that those plants are already dead. They were not watered. So they could take hold and be established before winter storms. We have a short growing season before our winter storms. A person has to plant in April and then baby those plants. If that doesn't happen, they will not have plants protecting their slope. Mr. Hull's supplementary letter to try to shore up Mr. Reese's lacking report, quote, "While the existing bluff has not yet failed, it is at risk of failure." On the wrong, yeah. Well, as we who live on this beach know, all shore structures are at risk of failure. In fact, they will fail. Expect it. Your planning commission determined that this vegetative burrito is a success and that it is, as Mr. Hull states, not yet failed. It is a success because it is currently holding the slope and protecting the house. You have heard in testimony from folks in the community that in 10 years, the slope is going to be gone and, there's going to be water in the Seagull's house. Please remember in your staff report, when you look at the length of area between the slope and the house and the erosion rate, that it says 50 years. There is time to try a softer solution. Okay, these are two 22-year-old successful burritos at 1858 and 1860 Pacific. 22 years and no record of repair or maintenance with OPRD or Cannon Beach. This structure is referenced in the erosion control handbook as a success. Right before the last PC meeting, Mr. Reese submitted written testimony saying, to paraphrase, "I gave a quick review of this OPRD permit, and I believe they never really needed erosion control here. The beach is wider and there's haystack rock in the area." This hurried conjecture does not meet the criteria in Code 1786-210 D1, where riprap, bulkheads, or seawalls are proposed as protective measures. Evidence shall be provided that high priority methods of erosion control will not work. These burritos have lasted for 22 years without repair. That is a long run. That is a success for any structure on the ocean shore. It's also ridiculous to suggest that examples be an exact apples to apples comparison to the Seagull's property to be examples of success. This criteria is to prove that the criteria is to prove that a higher priority stabilization measure will not work. They have not done that. This is another successful burrito at 32776 Pacific. It's 20 years old. The appellant's paid consultant first ignored it and then said, "It never really was a clay burrito because there's no longer clay visible." Well, the ORPD permit is for installation of a clay burrito. Because the clay is gone after 20 years does not mean that it is not a clay burrito or a success. It is a successful vegetated burrito. The erosion control guidebook says that clay allows the hooker willows to knit together before it erodes. It's performed exactly as it was supposed to. Now their paid consultant is saying it's a failure because some geotech fiber is visible. It's 20 years old. It has not had any maintenance or repair. This is a great run. To say that this is not would be like wearing the same pair of shoes for 20 years, looking down and seeing that the toe is scuffed and saying that that proves that shoes are not protective of feet. Mr. Reese also said, well, actually, it's not a vegetated burrito because there's a cobble berm out front. And that's odd because he's also said that the Siegel's cobble berm was a failure and that a cobble berm on a single lot will not work. He cannot have it both ways. It's also debatable because the Siegel's cobble berm did provide protection so that their rate of erosion was only 5%, the same as the average rate for the North Coast. Mr. Reese knows this, it's in his report. Applicant has not proven the impact of this more fortified riprap structure will not negatively impact the public's ability to recreate on their beach or will not harm ocean ecosystems as required. 1786-210, section E1B. We know that riprap narrows and drowns the beach, which means the public will lose their beach. We can't recreate on a beach that's no longer there because it's either covered up with riprap or drowned by scouring in front of that riprap. Surfrider and Oregon Shores in their written testimony discussed this as well. I'm sorry that you have not been allowed to see it. We must think about the wildlife that depends on this ocean shore and that want to live in a dune. We owe them a chance at survival. Okay. The applicant has not proven their riprap will not impose long-term and reoccurring costs to the public as required by CBMC 178023E. When the beach is drowned due to the scouring in front of the riprap abutment, there will certainly be an immeasurable cost to the community. Across the country, communities are spending millions of dollars on sand nourishment and dune building projects. When we start losing our beach, we're going to try to do something about it, and it's going to be expensive. And we're going to have to share that cost across the community. And regardless of the money spent, it may be too late. We also have another example here in Cannon Beach with the building of Breakers Point so close to the mouth of the estuary. Community members said the estuary moves and soon it's going to affect that building. And we're at the point where it is. And the city and community members and Breakers Point have joined together and are trying to find a solution. The city has given thousands of dollars, as you're aware of, and they've also given many hours of staff time in this project to try to find a solution. We support that. I'm so thankful for your support of it. But wouldn't it have been better if we would not have built a building next to an estuary that moves? Hard armoring makes the beach a hostile environment. I'm sure many of you have seen this video. Uh-oh.
And are you close to being finished?
I am.
Okay.
It looks like this isn't going to work. So have you guys seen the video of the woman?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all over.
I'll tell you. So she's knocked off her feet. She's bashed into the Gower Street seawall there. And luckily, she's able to grab her footing because she's on a flat sand beach and she can escape the beach. But if she were drug across riprap and was trying to find her footing on riprap, I don't know that she would be able to do that. Remember, every time we add hard armoring to our beach, we're also adding danger and inaccessibility for people and for our wildlife. For these reasons and those that I covered in my written testimony that you have not seen, and the many other opponents who have provided you with written testimony that you have not seen, and the information presented in your staff report, we're asking that you please uphold your Planning Commission's denial of this riprap application. Thank you.
Other presentations in the audience?
He has her hand.
I bet you can guess what I'm gonna say.
Oh, go ahead.
This is a very factually intensive case. And we have heard a ton of facts, and Ms. Turner's presentation included a number of facts that I am not certain whether they were presented before the Planning Commission or not. And so I, again, would urge Ms. Turner and everyone who testified tonight who plans to submit additional written testimony to identify where their statements appear in the record. All it takes is a little citation after factual assertions of where before the Planning Commission that factual assertion was presented. It would, I think, make the city council's job much easier, and certainly my job much easier going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I understand that. This is the slide deck that I used at the previous meeting. So I don't believe that I have offered anything new other than commenting that others have. But if there's something that you would like me to do, if you could outline that, give me some direction, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
And I would just say that I did hear Ms. Turner's presentation at the Planning Commission meeting, and it was essentially the same. So.
Okay, are there any other
So I have one more.
opponents? One more. Okay, Kelsey?
Hello, my name is Kelsey Dunn. My address is 3141 East Burnside Street, Portland, Oregon. And just wanted to thank you all again for your time tonight, and I'll try to keep this brief. I'm a legal fellow at Cragg Law Center, commenting on behalf of our clients, Oregon Shores and Surfrider Foundation. Our client submitted a written comment that explains their position in detail, including why this application is insufficient and harmful to the public beach. I'm here tonight to highlight the aspects of our client's comment that discuss why the legal issues raised in the appeal are without merit. First, the Planning Commission applied the correct interpretations of the city code. The commission found that the applicant failed to show that higher priority methods of erosion control would not work at the site. The applicant's two objections are that one, they only had to show higher priority methods will not work rather than cannot work, and two, that the commission's discussion of the San Burrito analysis was irrelevant. The appeal is incorrect on both counts. In both instances, the Planning Commission applied the interpretation of the code used by the City Council itself, most recently in a similar appeal to a riprap application at the Stephanie Inn. Namely, the City Council determined that the code sets a high bar requiring applicants to show that higher priority methods cannot work, and that San Burritos are higher priority than riprap under the code because they are a non-structural alternative. For those reasons, among others, the Planning Commission correctly applied the code to find that the applicant failed to meet the requirements of Section 178230D and I. Second, the Planning Commission applied the correct burden of proof standard. There is no dispute that the Land Use Board of Appeals holds the preponderance of the evidence standard is the correct one for local governments to apply in this kind of proceeding. The applicant claims that the Planning Commission applied a much higher standard to their application, but throughout its findings, the Planning Commission never asked for absolute certainty as the applicant claims. Rather, it examined only the evidence before it and found that there was not enough information to show the requirements had been met. For example, the Planning Commission found that broad generalizations were not enough to show that higher priority options would not work at the specific site, and found that the application did not provide information showing that less impactful options had been adequately explored. In reading the Commission's findings, it is clear that the Commission relied on the correct standard to determine that it was more likely than not that the requirements had not been met based on the information provided. Finally, the applicant makes several legal claims about why denying this application violates its constitutional rights, but these are also without merit. Denying the permit would not violate the equal protection components of the Oregon or federal constitutions because no part of the city's code treats the applicant differently based on any set of offered characteristics. Nor would denying the permit be a taking under existing law, which only supports that finding in very narrow circumstances. For those reasons, among others, the Planning Commission's decision was correct and they correctly denied the application. The City Council should affirm that decision because the proposed structure will impermissibly harm public beach access. Additionally, despite the harm, the applicant did not meet its obligation to contemplate alternatives or approaches that could minimize harm. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, any other opponents? Okay, is there a staff response?
No, there's not.
Okay, does the applicant wish to make any rebuttal? And you've got 3 minutes.
Yes, please. Thank you for your endurance, councilors and mayor. Just going to touch on a couple points on rebuttal. Friends of the Dune and Surfrider made a number of points about how revetments are bad for the beach in their estimation, in the meetings they go to. And I'm not here to refute that. That would be great argument if this was a state legislative hearing on if we should amend Goal 18. Anytime you're going to consider a revetment, you're going to have those impacts. There's going to be some impact, some de minimis impact on the beach. There's going to be some surrounding impacts. We're talking about 50 feet of frontage to protect these people's homes. And those arguments apply in every case. And 90% of their neighbors have revetments and have been allowed this protection because they meet the criteria. None of these laws have changed recently, not the city, not the state. These are the same laws that have been on the books forever. We just ask that you apply them fairly in the same way they've been applied in the past to allow this protection. There is risk here. I don't think there's much debate at this point. Even the Planning Commission decision acknowledges there is material risk here. Waves are going past their house. Earth engineers have looked at it and said they need protection. FEMA has mapped it with moderate waves going through the middle of their home. This will destroy their home at some point in the future. The only question is when, and we don't know. It could be next year. It could be 10 years from now. And I can't imagine how it would feel if we don't allow them to protect themselves and it gets destroyed. After experts told you that that's the material risk, after FEMA said that's the material risk, I just can't imagine how that would feel. There was some suggestions that the professionals that are working for the Seagulls only do this type of project. I just say that's not in the record. In fact, the record reflects that we're currently working on a project in Coos County together for a vegetated berm that's non-structural. We, as you might imagine, just want to protect our clients, and whether it's a revetment that's needed or a vegetated berm that's needed, we just want that protection. There was some discussion of these two alternatives that are supposedly the same as the Seagulls. I'll just say they're not. The site-specific characteristics have only been assessed by one group of experts. Members of the public have tried really hard to say this could happen or that could happen. In the slide deck we put together kind of all the alternatives that have been put out there. And there's no straight clay burrito in town on a site like the Seagulls that survived. The only comparable one is the one that saw the videos that's beat to snot. And it's common sense. If you think of what that wave energy is doing, sand's not going to sit there with wave going back and forth. With whether you water it or not, the sand's going to get washed away, as it has been on every one of these sites that has wave action. There is no alternative. We've tried. We'd try something else if we thought they'd had snowballs, we thought it would work. There's no reason for us not to try it if there was a chance of it working. It's not going to work. Adam, did your reports find that some lesser measure could work on this site?
No, went into detail to identify specifically that other method, that this is the minimum that would work for this site.
And is there a need for protection at this site?
Yes.
the council has any questions, we'd be glad to answer those.
Can I ask a question? Sure. A question. So, and I'm new to this process, but so their home, there's riprap on both sides. Is their home the only home that doesn't have riprap in that?
There's another 1.5 properties. So there's the right of way we were talking about, Midway right of way that's immediately north of the Seagulls property. To the south, there's a Seagull property unprotected, and then there's a set of about 6 properties that are protected south of Seagulls. North of that right of way, there's 1.5 properties that are unprotected, but those homes are set much further back to the east than the Seagulls home.
So does that, it's my understanding, and I could be completely wrong, but if you have riprap on both sides and you have a piece that's not protected, that it's going to push that water in further, just much like an inlet.
A big bad wave. Yeah.
And so they're going to go around that and go,
To some,
move itself more into that area. Is that correct? Is that a legitimate?
I have an answer to that. Is that in the record? I mean, generally the phenomenon you're talking about is a commonsensical phenomenon. I don't debate it. You could certainly say, to the degree you think that phenomenon exists, it's impacting the Seagulls property right now. And there's some things that are done when revetments are designed that are talked about in our application to try to minimize that end effect, if you will, taper it into the wall so there's not a hard edge. But generally I'd say yes. I think there's actually stuff in the record about that roughly.
I don't believe there is anything in the record that talks about increased danger if two properties on either side have riprap and one doesn't. I can't recall anything.
I'd have it struck from the record if it's not there. I
believe if you go to our, at the end, it walks through, the permit. Ultimately, what will go into the, an OPRD application addressing the state statutes and things like that. And you'll find a discussion of that in there.
Okay, well, I will look.
I'll do some searching.
In our citation effort to save Councilor Richter's life, we'll include a citation to what we have on that.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, Carrie, I don't know if you could help out here in terms of what we want to do from here. I know we were talking about the March 4th, continuing to March 4th. Could you just shed a little bit of light in terms of what?
March 5th.
Oh, I'm sorry, March 5th.
Yeah.
What types of information would be provided other than the information that wasn't supplied this?
Okay, so I think that the marching orders will be a motion for a continuance of the hearing to March 5th at this point. And I believe that staff will post the complete packet with everything that was presented to the Planning Commission and all of the written materials that the city received in advance of this hearing as part of the agenda packet for that meeting. I think the only question for the council is whether or not you want to limit testimony on March 5th at all. You don't have to, but you can. You could only take written testimony and then deliberate on the 5th, or you can take oral testimony. You could impose greater time limits. There are lots of options, or we can just continue and take testimony on the 5th.
Well, I think the fact that we had at least one person say they wanted to present something on the 5th, that we will need to have some kind of testimony, whether it's written or oral. I definitely don't think we need to have the time limits be as lengthy as they were. I mean, it will be the only item on the agenda, but we don't need to set any world records on this meeting. So what the rest of you think?
You're saying allow testimony, but limit the time.
Yes. severely limit that.
How severely?
And who?
Jan wants to submit
Right, but we don't know
if there's somebody.
if there's other people.
I think we just do written testimony.
Just do what?
Written, and then we can deliberate on the.
Yeah, I agree. I really want to see us open this up again.
And then we're gonna be.
I say limited oral testimony as well.
How much would you limit it?
Well, I guess for the appellant and, what was it, 15 minutes tonight? It seemed like a lot longer.
Well, we had technical difficulties. I forgot to write
Right,
down how long
right.
that took, that kind of
Right.
thing.
I'd say limited to 10 minutes for the appellant and for people representing groups and 3 minutes for everybody else.
It's gonna have a repeat of what we've done.
Yeah.
Here tonight.
But wouldn't be a repeat if there's anything else.
So anything that was reported this evening, testified this evening, we're not going to repeat.
No, we don't need to repeat anything we have
And can
tonight.
they be heard again? Is the question too. The people that were heard this evening. I would assume that they can't be heard again,
I mean, the 3-minute people that,
even the 15 minutes,
well, that would be the appellant too then.
the people that represented groups.
So just, Harry, can
New
you
testimony.
make those limits?
So I'm a little reluctant to specify who, not allow the appellant to testify, not allow the groups to testify again. If you're gonna allow some testimony, you need to allow all of it, but I would, you could just strongly recommend that folks don't say the same thing.
But stay within the record. So
Stay within the record, stay within the time limit, and, say something that they didn't say tonight.
okay, so how about if we go 10 minutes for 10 minutes for opponents representing a group and 2 minutes for everybody else.
They limit it to written.
She just said that that's not the.
I agree
Yeah,
with
she-
Gary.
We can limit
do
it.
written.
If it's either allow everybody to testify or not.
I don't want to limit it to the.
So I don't know why we just sat here for
This has become
2
so,
hours if we're.
this
just
has
gonna do
become,
this.
well, I don't think it matters how long it takes us to sit here. I think that's irrelevant. We gotta do our job. We gotta do it right.
So could we recommend written testimony?
Well, I mean, I think that the message you could give is folks are only gonna have 2 minutes or 10 minutes, so it's hard to say a lot in that limited time. So we urge folks to get written testimony in, and that they should get it in early enough so that you all have a chance to review it, right? Submitting things on the day or the day before doesn't give a lot of time. So you could just, provide that recommendation.
Okay, and remember that the deadline is, Jenna, looking at you for 3 p.m. the day before a meeting.
As for regular public comment, this is a public hearing, and I don't believe we can set time limits on testimony for a public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, we need.
Is there someone who didn't get a chance to speak tonight? I don't understand that.
Well, because we didn't get a lot of the written testimony from sides. We might have questions about those things, about the written testimony that have not been answered because we weren't provided with it tonight.
And that's why Lisa thought we should wait.
Huh?
That's why you thought we should wait and just do this all at the same, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So, and I
Who
think
would
that
have questions?
What?
we might have
We might
questions
have
of what they
questions.
say. Speakers say, or their written testimony.
If we're only allowing written testimony, that means that witnesses won't be here.
Questions we wanted to.
Well, we don't know.
How can you know that if you haven't seen the other side's written presentation?
I agree with you.
Recommend written,
Recommend written.
and if you give oral, it's 10 minutes
5 and
or 2 minutes. Okay, that's it. So somebody needs to make a motion, please.
I move that we continue this hearing to March 5th. Allow for the completion of the record and any written testimony. And if there is oral testimony, it will be limited to 10 minutes for appellant and 10 minutes for groups representing more than 5 people, and 2 minutes for all other testimony, and highly recommend that it not be a repeat of today. That's my motion.
Get all
And the
that?
meeting starts at 6?
Yes.
Mhm.
I'll second that.
Jen, did you get it all?
I think so, and I'll also listen to the recording one more time.
Okay.
Can you?
Remarks that will allow completion of the record and any written testimony and oral testimony. And written testimony. Oral testimony is limited to 10 minutes to the appellant, 10 minutes for groups representing 5 or more, 2 minutes for the others, and highly recommend not repeating what you said today.
Okay,
Rebuttal, did you guys want to specify time limit for rebuttal?
30 seconds.
30 minutes?
Seconds.
30 seconds, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Steve?
Hey, Carrie, when we're encouraging the written testimony, will we also encourage people to cite where in the record they're adding their testimony from?
Yes, because it will save my life.
And we want to do that. So do we need to amend the motion?
So should I amend it to say?
No, no, you don't need to amend the
Okay.
motion. We've made the recommendation.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Hammond. Yes. Counselor Hayes.
I'll go yes.
Council President Kirk.
Yes.
Mayor Knopf.
Yes. Okay, thank you, everyone. Eric, get back. Travel safely.
Oh, my.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
Now.
now I'm going to close the special meeting and open up the work session. And we have 2 items on the work session. The first one is discussion regarding gas leaf blowers. Council? Who would like?
Are we really gonna do this?
Might as well just finish it up.
The
I think
we have a couple of people that have waited for quite a while about gas blowers, right? I got some gas blowers in there.
That sounds funny.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean it that way. And we have some burning people here too.
Burning Man.
And we have a fire chief who has been patrolling the hallways.
Well, I think they should know that this is a work session and we're talking about it, and I think we should delay the conversation. You know,
When we can make
when we
complete
can,
sentences.
but
Does anybody have anything pressing they would like to say about either of those items before we?
No, I think the majority, the public comment covered most of what my comments had on this, on both the burning bans and the gas leaf blowers. Was pretty well covered, most of my comments through public comment.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is going to be especially with the blowers, it's going to be a tough decision to make because there's lots of impacts of our decision. Probably a lot more than I realized initially.
Well, I think just as long as we're kind of having some discussion, I think on the leaf blowers that we really need to look at the other impacts, to the environment with going with electric and maybe looking at a grant program or something for the people, and that is gonna mean the city wanting to spend money.
And I mean, I didn't even think about the charging aspect, you know.
Yeah, so they're running a generator, even if it's a propane generator, they're still doing something.
So I think there's still a lot more that we need to think about.
My only comment is, I wanted to thank everybody here, and unfortunately, people have left, but thank you for coming out and saying, giving us things to think about on both sides. It's just very important. And so, sorry you had to sit through all that.
What I would ask is, I don't know if people who are interested in this subject, talking about the leaf blowers right now, if they've read one of the attachments I included, because I was asked to look at other jurisdictions and what they did. I put all 50 states and all the cities and what they have done regarding gas leaf blowers. So it's not just Portland.
No, I
we're
know.
doing whatever
Yeah, no,
Portland
I
does.
appreciated your
Portland
info.
is just one of many, many cities, and none of them have done it. Like, well, some of them have already banned them, like Carmel and places like that. But a lot of places have put in a 3 or 4 year moratorium to give people chances to, hopefully have better equipment available. See, because it isn't just, that's the problem. If it was just, it isn't just noise. And I think if you read through the information I provided, you see that it isn't just a matter of noise.
No.
It's a matter of carbon dioxide emissions.
Well, it doesn't do any good if there's generators running
Right, but I have not.
to charge those batteries.
That's.
Is that page
that's
850
true.
of the packet?
Yeah.
Huh?
Does that start on page 850?
No, it just talks about how most of
794.
most have what's called a two-stroke engine, an outmoded engine that burns a mix of gas and oil for lubrication. It's been shown that because this type of equipment doesn't have catalytic converters, only 2/3 of the gas and oil mixture is burned as fuel. The rest is emitted as toxic fumes of nitrogen oxides and volatile organic compounds. And what those things do, and someone said that, someone made a public statement saying that, oh, well, a truck going down the street has more impact than these. Well, that's not necessarily true. Finally, these relatively small devices emit tons, literally, of carbon dioxide, the leading cause of global warming. According to the latest data from the EPA, fossil fuel-powered lawn equipment, including not just leaf blowers, but trimmers, mowers, weed whackers, et cetera, emit 30 million tons of carbon dioxide in the US each year, more than the amount of greenhouse gases that Los Angeles produced in 2021. So I'm saying that just, the comments here, I understand them, and I really understand how the landscaping community is concerned. And I also am concerned about the generators and the toxins released through them. I also think that we haven't even considered the fact of why do you have to take every leaf off a lawn? That hasn't even been a consideration here. It's just been assumed that you need pristine lawns.
I don't think it has to do with lawns for the most part. It's driveways and sidewalks creating a significant safety hazard for slippery surfaces that create an insurance issue for commercial.
If it's a sidewalk in front of your house, why can't you rake it?
Have you tried to rake the wet leaves?
I have. I used to make money raking people's lawns. When I was
Lawns are one thing, raking a sidewalk was an
or
entire
their
situation.
driveways, so I mean, raking their yards and entirely. I mean, I just don't, I mean, my dad was out there with the rake, raking our driveways and sidewalks as well. So I'm just saying you can, if it's a matter of just your sidewalk, you can rake it.
You
don't need a leaf.
Any of those
leaf isn't going to work anyway.
Any of the cities.
Do work, that's why they use it.
Yeah.
that have imposed, these, going to electric leaf blowers. Did they offer any grant programs to
Some of them do.
the people?
Yeah, some of them do, some of them don't.
And, have there been any studies done since they implemented those
Studies on what?
on whether it's working or not?
I think it's too soon. A lot of these programs weren't even instituted till 2020, 2020.
And now they're just finally rolling out.
Right, they're so starting, so we don't know really what the, this was one place, 2022, 2023, 2022, all of them seem to be fairly new.
It's new.
New ideas.
And I think that, my husband and I think you and I talked about this, my husband and I have switched over to all electric. He went out and bought the Mac Daddy of electric leaf blowers. And it takes him a considerable amount of time just to do our little lawn. These guys it's gonna take them 3 or 4 days to do the amount of work that they can get done in a day. So then I think we need to look at, I understand, what you're saying about the noxious gases, but we also need to look at the, economic impact to our community.
Yeah.
And, I think that that's something that we really need to look at and take into consideration.
I agree. Do you
These
think
guys work hard and,
do you think that all these other communities, hundreds that I've listed here, have not looked at those economic impacts, that have not considered them? Why is ours different?
I'm not saying that it is. I'm not talking about all of these other communities. I'm talking about this one.
Right.
And so, I think we need to look at that. And we really need to look at, we have housing shortage here. We have, a shortage of just people who want to work, to be honest.
What do you mean by that?
And so we're very thankful, the people that we have in this community that actually, and I'm all of Clatsop County. I mean, we are so thankful, the employees that we have that come to work every day. They're hard to come by. It's extremely hard to find good help. And unfortunately, sometimes we have to make concessions there, so we can keep our employees. Because I'm afraid that if we take, some of these resources away from these guys and gals that go out there and work hard, I'm not saying that it's not something that isn't doable, but, the technology isn't there yet, and they're gonna walk away from these properties. They're gonna go somewhere that's gonna allow them to use the tools that they need to use to get their job done without breaking their backs. So
I'd like.
I would love to
this
see
in
it.
another year.
I'd
Table it.
like to look at, if we're serious about this discussion, exploring the carrot versus the stick option, looking at grant opportunities to encourage the landscapers to do that, rather than providing a stick and saying, hey, you're not allowed to do X, Y, and Z. But rather than jumping straight to banning stuff.
So look, it's like some of the communities that have done grant programs.
Yeah, if we're serious and we want to put the money towards it, then I think that would be so much more reasonable to our community, as opposed to just saying, no, you're not allowed to use this thing anymore.
I don't think anybody's suggesting we just ban it outright. There's, phased in, like Portland's is 4 years. Other communities are 4 to 6 years to convert over. By that time, there will be the technology is increasing all the time and getting better and better. And by that time, just like with cars, the same thing. There's the same issues with electric cars that you're talking about.
I'd like to see where the technology is in a year.
Can we table this till next February?
We could, yeah, I'd be fine with that. Because that gives,
with the gas blowers, the leaf blowers. I need to.
Right. And because that gives time to see how maybe to explore how some of these communities are doing, how successful they've been, what a difference it's made.
Okay.
To the.
So February
members.
2026, Jen, put that on the agenda. Okay.
Everybody, let everybody breathe a little bit.
You're welcome.
Thank you for staying, you guys. We really appreciate it. Okay, burning. Can we hold that discussion later?
I hope so.
So wait.
Next year.
I guess would like to point out a couple things on the burning
Okay,
ban.
you got 1 minute. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes, I want.
Whoa.
A couple things I'd like to point out. Number one, there was a comment made or a public comment that one person was mad about the burning. Well, I have to disagree with that. I have a petition right here in front of me with probably 50 to 60 names on it of people who find that the burning of the fire pits in their yards, in the yards, particularly in, areas like the presidential streets, really affect them as neighbors. That's number one. So it's not just one person complaining. Number two, I think that I hope you would read some of the material, the letter in particular that I included that was written by Bob Attia, which I thought was a really well-researched letter about burning. And that I think that number three, to consider what we heard from our land use attorney, which I was shocked to hear, that you could ban burning on STRs, fire pits, without having to do it for residents. I was surprised at that, but that makes sense to me because there's a very big difference. I know there's lots of people who have a fire when they have their family come down once or twice a year, and it's sort of a celebratory thing. You have a fire pit and you roast marshmallows or whatever in your yard. But when people come into STRs, they want to do it all the time. And I understand that, why they would, but that's the problem. And that's what this petition addresses. It addresses STRs, doesn't talk about banning all fire pits for people who live here. So
I worry about the enforcement issue with that.
Well,
sure. 1 minute. No.
What you just said, Barb, Mayor, is exactly what I'm concerned about. And I said last time, and I did, you asked how much. So I went back and looked at the last 2 years. 2024, we went to the beach for illegal burns, that is in the estuary, in dune grass, places they are absolutely not allowed to burn, 44 times. 2023 went there 33 times. I couldn't pull the data in 2023 because we didn't code it right for me to pull data, but I could 2024. We went to the beach 13 times to put out pits in the sand where they build a fire and then those aren't illegal burns, those are different, those are public charges, 13 times. Those are what scare me. When you ban an STRs, those are the people that are going to go to the beach. That is where we're going to be increasing the amount of fires that you talk about smoke coming off, that's coming off of the driftwood. You talk about toxic smoke, the driftwood piles is toxic smoke. And you ask anybody that lives along beach and the west wind's pushing it right off there. In my opinion, you're transferring the problem from one spot to another. You're transferring it from a place that we can semi-control it to somewhere we can't control it.
Not semi-controlling it. If 60 people signed a petition saying that the smoke is blowing into their house, you are not semi-controlling it.
But I understand that. Let me finish, please. I think the council can semi-control that by putting things in place where when there is complaints about it, that we can ban it in that particular house. We can enforce it in that particular spot versus a total blanket ban. I think that, from my opinion, is what's going to cause a more of an enforcement problem and more problems than what we have today.
Well, and can enforcement problems be addressed through better public education too? I mean, that might be a way to address as far as fires on the beach? Because I have to say, I mean, I have put out fires on the beach myself too. And a lot of it, I don't think it's just because, I think people don't know any better. I think that's what it is. Not just that they're lazy, that they just don't know any better.
I would, based on my experience with an area, I'm just chuckling. Based on the experience we deal with people on the beach, I disagree with you.
You think they just do it willfully?
Yes, absolutely, because they will tell us to our face that we know we're not supposed to burn in the estuary, but we're going to do it anyways and see if we get caught. We know we're not supposed to do it in the, the driftwood, but it's easy wood, and I didn't think anybody would tell on us.
I think they're still going to. I think they're still.
And then you have alcohol. A lot of times. Nice.
I think there's other ways to handle this than just, again, my opinion, think they're bunch banning it.
I'm looking forward to having a much longer conversation about this at some other meeting.
I'll give my 2 cents worth then too. And I will hold you guys up tonight.
Okay, so.
I want to hear it.
When would we like this put on our agenda again?
Do you want me to tell you what you have in March? Okay, March.
Particularly.
Proclamation for Red Cross Month. We're going to continue the tree ordinance hearing. There will likely be a Cal IGA with the fire department. We're still working on that.
That's good.
Elk Creek's Terrace water discussion.
Oh, yeah.
And we're gonna do the code of conduct review. So that's the 4th.
How about April?
Okay, do you want to hear the 11th?
No.
So April.
No, let's just.
Work session?
Yes, please.
Okay.
If that's okay with everyone.
I'm fine with that.
Is that the 8th?
The April work session is, yes, the 8th. And that's the first item on it.
Okay.
It's early.
Well, that will make up for people waiting till it's the first thing on that one.
It's the first item on that, added to that.
Oh.
Item, but I can make it early,
Thank you.
except for Reckman. Okay, I gotta make it early on there.
Okay. Yes,
Madam Mayor, may I make a couple of comments?
if you're very brief.
To maybe March or April meetings
So
in the country, but I am going to be joining my other responsibilities for the city via Zoom, but probably not be able to join in on the council meeting.
So any written testimony you can submit?
Okay.
If you have anything.
A few pages of written testimony, but I simply would like to say that the beaches are much easier to patrol than any of the neighborhoods. I have, along with my neighbors, have submitted complaints to the police department several times because of the smoke inundating the neighborhoods. The police respond by saying, well, they have a permit or they're allowed to have this. Never mind the noxious smoke and the nuisance that it's causing the neighborhood. That hasn't been taken into consideration. And really that's what's brought us here today.
Right.
The number of folks that have signed the petition. I also would submit that the fire department should regularly patrol the estuary, sand dunes, and the beach. As part of the regular patrol, maybe fund something like that with electric vehicle, because it's a problem now. It may be exacerbated or it may not be exacerbated by limiting STRs. We don't know that. We can assume or hypothesize about that. But it's a problem regardless of the STR issue. And in my opinion, and the opinion of many others that have signed the petition, there's absolutely no benefit to the city to allow the kinds of recreational fires, household waste fires, and yard debris fires that they are currently allowing. Just look at the others, you know, if the fire department thinks they have a problem now, wait till they have to fight something like we've seen just south of here, you know, 700 firefighters, zero containment, moving at 100 acres an hour. That's something to be concerned about, you know, more so than having to control. And the smoke is dispersed a lot more evenly when it comes off the beach than it is if it's right next to my home. And that's true for people even that live along the beach, that have people that have fire pits right next to them. You can still smell that fire, but it's not something that I close my windows and my sliding door and can't work in my yard or my garage because of the beach fires. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay.
I think we all kind of already had a consensus of the yard debris and
Yeah.
household waste
Right.
no longer being, right?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, good of the order. Deb Steidel asked me to remind everyone that Sam's celebration of life is March 8th at 1 p.m. at the Coaster Theater. Friends of Haystack Rock is having an event at the North Coast Land Conservancy on Saturday from 10 till noon about puffins. And so the trail cleaning that we would normally have from 10 till noon is going to be 12:30 to 2:30 at West Shirley Park. Anything else?
I had a question that maybe we can get addressed at our next meeting. The Midtown bathrooms. We have a deadline on when those are going to open. I know Karen said that they were doing a final punch list a month ago. How far are we from those bathrooms
Let me send a memo out to you folks tomorrow. I think, I knew there was a problem with the hardware.
Yeah.
With the what?
Hardware.
The hardware.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm hearing
Better delivery.
great, but I haven't heard that. So.
Okay, yeah. If we can get an update, yeah. I think we constantly ask by people about when to know that I don't.
And I would like to thank everyone that came in and talked. And they do need to know that this is being looked into and that we will have some kind of response from the city manager next week.
For what? I'm sorry.
HREP.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, anything else? Thanks everyone for sticking